stewardship of the environment is not just a personal responsibility. It is a public value. Our duty is to use the land well, and sometimes not to use it at all. This is our responsibility as citizens. But more than that, it is a calling as stewards of the earth by President George W. Bush. Good morning to one and all present here. I take privilege to warmly welcome the dignitaries and delegates to this national seminar on protection of human rights by environmental law. The ultimate test of man's conscience may be his willingness to sacrifice something today for future generations whose words of thanks will not be heard by Lord Nelson. It is auspicious to begin the program by praying obeisance to the Nada Devate. May I now request everyone to kindly raise up for the Nada Gite. healthy and sustainable environment is integral to the full enjoyment of a wide range of human rights, including the rights to life, health, food, water, and sanitation. Without a healthy environment, we are unable to fulfill our aspirations or even live at a level of commensurate with minimum standards of human dignity. At the same time, protecting human rights helps to protect the environment. Human rights and the environment are intrinsically intertwined. A safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is essential in the enjoyment of human rights, while polluted, hazardous, and otherwise unhealthy environments potentially violate our human rights. More than 100 countries now incorporate a right to a healthy environment in their constitutions. Many questions about the relationship of human rights and the environment remain unanswered and require further examination. Free expression is the base of human rights, the root of human nature, and the mother of truth. To kill free speech is to insult human rights, to stifle human nature, and to suppress truth. May I now request the respected principal, Dr. K. Kempegowda, sir, Principal, VCL, to formally welcome the gathering.
Yes. Good morning. The esteemed chief guest of today's program, Shri K. Dwaranath Babu, Director Kilpar, the chairman of today's program, Shri H.G. Balgopal sir, Professor C.S. Patil, Shri Revaya Wadayar, Shri M.R. Lakshmi Manoharji, the chairman of our governing council, Shrimati Pankaja Madam, joint secretary of JES, all the invitees, dignitaries, colleagues, and dear student friends. Today we have a one-day seminar on protection of human rights by environmental law in association with Kilpar. At the outset, let me thank the Director Kilpar and all other office bearers of Kilpar for reposing faith in us and entrust this responsibility to organize one-day national seminar on this relevant topic, that is protection of human rights by environmental law. I'm not going to dwell upon this particular subject matter, but only it is a former inauguration, and as directed by the Director Kilpar, the more thrust will be on the sessions. Hence, I take pleasure to introduce Shri K. Dwarkanath Babu to all of you. Sir is graduated from Bangalore University. He obtained his LLB from Vivipuram Law College and did his MA in Kannada from Bangalore University. He has joined government service in the year 1983 and served there for more than 38 years as a Group A officer since 1998. He was the Secretary to Government Department of Parliamentary Affairs and Legislation since 2016 to 2021. He was the Special Secretary to Government Department of Parliamentary Affairs and Legislation. He was the member of Syndicate of the Karnataka State Law University, Hubli from 2016 to 21. And he was the member of Academic Council of Karnataka Law University also. Sir served in different capacity, and he was the member of Karnataka Institute, that is Kilpar earlier, worked more than 10 years as secretary of the scrutinizing committee under the chairmanship of Honorable Law Minister. And more importantly, Sir was the member of the Legal Advisory Committee on Subordinate Legislation to the state legislature for more than 10 years. and he is responsible for drafting many major legislations and also bylaws under the various legislations. Sir, I deem it's my pleasure to welcome you on this occasion with a request to inaugurate today's program. I, on behalf of Janata Education Society's Vivekananda College of Law and all my colleagues and delegates present here, a warm welcome to you, sir. Shri H.G. Balagopal, he needs no introduction, you all know, is the Honorary Secretary of Janata Education Society and rightly the Chairman of our law forum. Being a law graduate, though he was a banker, being a law graduate, he evinces keen interest in all our activities and encourages in organizing these programs. Sir, a cordial welcome to you with a request to preside over today's program. We have amidst us my friend, Professor C.S. Patil, sir. Professor C.S. Patil graduated from Mysore University, served more than 3 decades as law professor at various law colleges, including University Law College, Dharwad, and also as its principal. Later joined Karnataka State Law University as its professor and served as in-charge Vice Chancellor of Karnataka State Law University for more than 2 years. Sir has the distinction of writing articles, written books, and a known academic. We were together in Mysore University. When he was doing his LLM, I was doing my first master degree, that is political science. He was always an outstanding student. I was also an outstanding student, like most of you, at the time. Anyhow, he was associated with me, is associated with our institution from past many years. Sir, I take this opportunity to welcome you on this occasion to my institution. Shri Revaya Vadiyar is the research head, Kilpar. He is having master degree in Kannada and LLB, and also is a prolific writer, had written several articles, books on various subjects in Kannada, and is rightly the research head of Kilpar from the beginning. It is to his distinction, he has organized more than 300 workshops under the banner of Kilpar, and he is responsible for bringing out many publications under the aegis of Kilpar. Sir, thank you for your support, and I take pleasure to welcome you on this occasion to my institution. We have amidst us our Chairman of the Governing Council, Shri M.R. Lakshmi Manohar, sir, who is constantly support us in organizing this type of program. Being a practicing advocate, he evinces keen interest in all our activities, and he leads us from front. Sir, I, on behalf of my colleagues and delegates here, welcome you on this occasion. I take pleasure to welcome Professor Raghunath Reddy, sir, who is going to be one of the resource person for today's program. And both Professor Revati Madam and Professor Raghunath Reddy, they traveled from Chennai to discuss with us on various facets of environmental laws. Sir, I take pleasure to welcome both of you. And I also take pleasure to welcome our Joint Secretary, Srimati Pankaja Madam. Madam, welcome on this occasion. We have amidst us Dr. Deepu, Principal of Vidyavardhaka Law College, Mysore. Madam, I take pleasure to welcome you. Professor Dr. Narayan Swami, Professor Rupa Madam, and my colleague Madam Pushpa Madam. We have amidst us Srimati Pushpa also here, and many more delegates from various law colleges, and I take pleasure to welcome all the faculty members, delegates, invitees, and my dear student friends. Please, you make use of this opportunity. It is an opportunity for you to interact with the people from different places, deliberating on various topics of environmental law. With this, I thank each one of you for joining us on this occasion. I welcome one and all. Thank you.
May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to facilitate the chief guest. Facilitate to the chief guest. Request our Honorary Secretary H.D. Balagopal sir to felicitate our chief guest of the day. May I now request the felicitation to Dr. Professor C.S. Patel, sir. C.S. Patel, sir. May I now request the felicitation to the Honorary Secretary of Janata Education Society, H.G. Balagopal, sir. Okay. May I now request the felicitation to Dr. Revaya Odayer, sir, Research Head, Kilpa. May I now request the felicitation to Chairman, Governing Council of VCL, Sri M.R. Lakshmi Manohar, sir. Scientists may depict the problems that will affect the environment based on available evidence. Their solution is not the responsibility of scientists, but of society as a whole. By Mario Molina. May I now request the chief guest of the day, Sri K. Dwarakanath Babu sir, Director, Kilpar, that is Karnataka Institute for Law and Parliamentary Reform, to seminar on protection. Peace can only to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, everybody. Today we are here on behalf of National Seminar on Protection of Human Rights by Environmental Laws. Honorable Bal Gopalan sir, then Lakshmi Manohar sir, C.S. Patil sir, Professor C.S. Patil sir, and the Principal Kempegowda sir, and our Research Director Head Revaya Odayer, who are going to head Reddy Vari, Revati Madam, and Raghunath Reddy sir, who are heading the technical sessions. Today, we have given the title Protection of Human Rights by Environmental Laws. In other way, we have to establish the link between human rights and environmental laws. At the outset, I want to say, no life without environment. No life without environment. Man is the product of environment. Environment should be protected to have a good life on the earth. See, human rights are to protect us and give us good life, good water, good air, and good environment. Then only you will be healthy and you can survive on this earth. So in order to achieve, see, if you go to the history of our environmental laws, first Water Act came in 1974. Then the Parliament thought we have no legislative competence. Then few states surrender their entry, water, from the 7th schedule to the Parliament to enact law, and they enacted it. Thereafter, International Convention on Environment, India signed that convention. Say, thereafter, Parliament got the power to make law, then Air Act and Environment Act came into force. Now, Parliament has every right to enact under international agreements regarding the laws on environment. With this introduction, you can see how the Water Act, then Air Act, then the Environment Act came into existence. Earlier, Water Act and Air Act had no teeth. No teeth. There was law, but no provisions for enforcement or prosecution who never adhered to the provisions of the Act. Then the 1988 amendment, which was very effective, then they incorporated all the provisions to strictly penalize who never comply with the laws of environment. See, as you could see, the root cause of this, many incidents, Bhopal gas tragedy, and several incidents of pollutions led to these strict environmental laws. Recently in Visakhapatnam also, one chemical factory resulted in death of several people. So, in urban areas, in all urban areas, irrespective of whether it is Delhi or Bombay or Bangalore, you see the pollution, to what extent it is being influencing the life of people in the city. All natural streams have now converted into gutter. If you go to Arkavati river, which is nearby our Bangalore, it was such a beautiful river and Tippakondanalli Dam. It was such a water source for Bangalore, drinking water source. Today, if you go and see that water source, it is so polluted by the effluents of Pinya Industrial Estate, and entire water is now polluted and not potable to. So this many movements and several litigations in the High Court have been made to protect Arkavati basin from the pollution. BWSSB even today not able to put STP. You see the Bellandur Lake, which is nearby Sarjapur. Every year we see pollution to the maximum extent, and the root cause is the effluents of industries and apartments. Even apartments, they never treat the water before they leave outside. See this, though Water Supply Board put some restrictions to set up treatment plants, they never adhere to. And this is also influenced by indirectly political influence. See, every law can be implemented only if it is supported by political people in other way. So this kind of pollution, air pollution in respect of motor vehicles and industries and chemical industries, water pollution, and all these can be reduced only by bringing awareness among you youngsters. You are the next generation who are responsible for the protection of environment. So our institution, that is Karnataka Institute for Land Parliamentary Reforms, is conducting this kind of awareness programs, and thereby you people must shoulder responsibility in protecting environment. So with this brief introduction, I request you, all you to shoulder this kind of responsibility, what role you can play in protecting environment, what actions you have to take. You should not wait for the Pollution Control Board or government to take action. You must initiate. You must take out photographs of where pollution is going, and you must put it in the newspapers. You must give complaints, newspaper articles, and you must have to do several activities in protection of environment. Today, it is also your role to place your papers on environment. I welcome you all, and there I conclude my this thing. Good morning.
Thank you, sir. Saving our planet, lifting people out of poverty, advancing economic growth. These are the one and the same fight. We must connect the dots between climate change, water scarcity, energy shortages, global health, food security, and women's empowerment. Solutions to one problem must be the solutions for all. Ban Ki-moon. May I now request the guest of honor, Sri M.R. Lakshmi Manohar Sir, Chairman, Governing Council, VCL, to share some of your thoughts with us. Thank you, sir. Human rights men. may I now request Professor Dr. C.S. Patil, Sir, Director Research, Kilpa, to share some of your thoughts with us.
Good morning. The most respected Director of Kilpar, Sri K. Dwaraknath Babu sir, and the person whom I admire heart and soul and would love to be like him at that age, Sri H.G. Balgopal sir, the Chairman of the Governing Council, my friend Revaya Vadier, and Kempegowda, Professor Kempegowda, the Principal of the college, Raghunath Reddy sir, Madam, and all the faculty members. Madam Kalpana was also there in the campus when both Kempegowda and myself were outstanding students. The delegates, friends who have come from various institutions to participate in this program. Let me compliment the compere who has sprinkled her program with loaded messages relating to environment. The purpose is out, there is at least one person who has applied her mind and maybe guided by the faculty members and friends. That is called sensitization. We are speaking of human rights vis-a-vis environment. When we understand words, ecology, environment, then we will try to understand the subtle relations that are there between the living creatures amongst themselves and with the establishment, Mother Earth, in which they are located. There was a wonderful expression there. Freedom from hunger is one of the most basic of the human rights. Freedom from fear, freedom from hunger, freedom of faith. And this middle one is very, very important because we have to survive. We read about starvation deaths. We started reading about starvation deaths only recently. Earlier, we did not have problem. And a rate at which we are losing topsoil, cultivable land, where from you will grow food for this population. We speak in terms of genetically modified food. Without GM food, we cannot cater to the needs of this country. But what are the repercussions? Drinking water. Bangalore is going to be zero water. Chennai is already zero. See, with zero water resource, how this population will survive? What is that we have done to the nature? As human beings, we have behaved in utmost inhuman manner. Maybe some of you got this in your WhatsApp, footprints. A duck has left its footprint. A tiger has left its paw there. And there is a lot of garbage dumped somewhere. That is the footprint of the human beings. And sea is going to be flooded with plastic. That microplastic which the fish eats, in turn I will eat. After 2-3 years, a person who eats fish will be eating only plastic, nothing else. This is the cycle. And we are in a very grave situation. Afforestation. Right? 20 years back, I read an article in magazine Nature. In the increased concentration of carbon dioxide in the environment, trees will start growing small leaves and big roots. And that was a study conducted on tulip poplar and red cedar trees. And when trees start growing small leaves and big roots, carbon will come out again. And forests are not going to act as carbon sinks. We are mistaken. Nature has its own way of responding to the calamities that we are creating. Human rights, as defined under Protection of Human Rights Act, that is a very limited concept of human rights. Otherwise, we have to go to the concept of natural rights, finis. So if you start from finis, take the whole plethora of rights together as human rights, including our fundamental rights, then we will understand what is the importance of this, what is the relationship. If the environment is not there, if it is not saved, then all our human rights will become useless. The first one being security, food security. See, when this is the situation, we felt from Kilpar, we will think about these aspects. We will alert the people to the dangers towards which we are slowly moving. Few years back, when Dunkel proposals were discussed, 1991, 92, Professor Babu Matthew, who was in National Law School, he claimed, a time will come when you have to pay 100 rupees for a square meal. Then we laughed. How there will be 100 rupees for one meal, and now 100 rupees you may get a breakfast, not meals. And somebody told a few years back that water will be sold in this country. We all laughed. Water was given free. Water, we never imagined that water will be sold. And now when we are compelled to buy, one thing, keep in mind, we have created a system on this earth amongst all the living creatures. It is only the man who has to pay for his food. No other living creature has to pay for its food. So what is that we have done over a period of time? Wherein we have to buy our survival. Better we become alert. As Mahatma Gandhi ji stated, if I can change myself, there will be one scoundrel less in this system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking words to us. Human rights mean the right to good health, a dignified life, and respect for the will of everyday people. You don't solve climate problems just by going to Paris or Geneva. You do it by working locally. Human rights mean no one sleeps hungry. May I now request Sri H.G. Balagopal, sir, Honorary Secretary, Janata Education Society, to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning to everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning to everybody. The chief guest of this morning's program, Dr. Sri K. Dwakanath Babu, Director of Kilpa. Amidst us, Professor Patil, Professor Sangreshi, Dr. Revaya Vadia, Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, Principal of Law College, Sri Dr. Kempegowda, Lakshmi Manohar, and all dignitaries and all the faculty and professors who have come from outstation colleges. Well, we heard an illuminating talk by both the speakers today. Well, we are living amidst nature. Nature should be kind to us. What is nature? Good water for everyone to drink, for everyone to survive, good air without pollution, and a shelter to live in, and a work which we have to earn our livelihood. Well, what is happening in the country today? Let me go back to our capital. The weather is very unkind there. 48 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees. On account of this, people are suffering. No one is responsible for that. I'm not alleging anybody for this state of affairs there. Number one, pollution to the greatest extent. It leads. Delhi leads. The capital, you want the capital to lead in pollution? Why? Why the pollution is taking place? The stuffs burning in Haryana and then Punjab. Well, no remedy is found out to control this. Are we that helpless? Are we going to see this happening for years and years together? Well, I request some of these pundits or high professors to give suggestions so that it could be transmitted to Delhi, so that let them take proper action in seeing that pollution is controlled. That's the greatest achievement one can see in the present day living rather. I attribute a lot of significance for that. Many countries are complaining on Delhi's pollution. Why being capital at Delhi, why we are not able to control this pollution? Well, the answer lies with all of you. Well, you have got to give suggestions and messages should go so that concrete action should take place there. Well, apart from that, I would like to mention that Bangalore is a safe place. During Kempegowda's time, that's almost about 60, 70 years, 80 years back, Bangalore was built. It is a small place, and today it has become big. It's expanded like anything, and people are swarming, and then all areas in Bangalore and around about Bangalore are filled up with a lot of industries and a lot of amenities are being provided. Well, what is happening? We are also facing the shortage of water, drinking clean water. In the pollution, fortunately, it has not affected us, but it is going to be affected unless and until we take care of several aspects in avoiding this pollution. Well, the speakers have told, and then the participants have a major role to play here today, and I'm sure that concrete messages will emerge from this conference. Well, I wish the conference all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is my aspiration that health finally will be seen not as a blessing to be wished for, but as a human right to be fought for. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. May I now request Dr. Revaya Oreyer, sir, Research Head, KILPA, to propose the vote of thanks.
All areas in Bangalore and around about Bangalore are filled up with a lot of industries and a lot of amenities are being provided. Well, what is happening? We are also facing the shortage of water, drinking clean water. In the pollution, fortunately, it has not affected us, but it is going to be affected unless and until we take care of several aspects in avoiding this pollution. Well, the speakers have told, and then the participants have a major role to play here today, and I'm sure that concrete messages will emerge from this conference. Well, I wish the conference all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is my aspiration that health finally will be seen not as a blessing to be wished for, but as a human right to be fought for. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. May I now request Dr. Revaya Oreyer, sir, Research Head, KILPA, to propose the vote of thanks.
ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಭಿಕರಿಗೆ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಾನೂನು ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಸದೀಯ ಸುಧಾರಣಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಕಾನೂನು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರುವ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದು ನನ್ನ ನೆನಪಿನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ 4ನೇದು. 3 ಸೆಮಿನಾರು, ಒಂದು ಮಾದರಿ ವಿಧಾನಸಭಾ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸಹಯೋಗದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸೊ ಇಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಗಳನ್ನು ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಪರಿಸರದ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು, ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ 5ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ನಡೀಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರ ಕೋರಿಕೆಯ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಅವತ್ತು ಪರಿಸರ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ, ಗಿಡ ನೆಡುವ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ದಿನ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇಂದು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಏರ್ಪಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಈಗ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದು, ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯ ನಂತರ ಪರಿಸರ ತಜ್ಞರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಉಪೋದ್ಘಾತದ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಂತರ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ನೀಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಿಲ್ಪಾರ್ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಪ್ರಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳಿಗೆ 3 ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಹುಮಾನ ನೀಡುವುದು ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಉದ್ದೇಶವನ್ನು ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಬಂಧ ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಅವರು ಯಾರು ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಬಂಧ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಹುಮಾನ 1,750 ರೂಪಾಯಿ, ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಬಹುಮಾನ 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ, ತೃತೀಯ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಬಹುಮಾನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು, ಬರವಣಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಮಾತನಾಡುವ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಪರಿಸರದ ಕಾನೂನುಗಳು, ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮ ನೇತೃತ್ವದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆ ದ್ವಾರಕಾತ್ ಬಾಬು ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎರಡೂ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಸರ್. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕೆಂದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅನುಮತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಇಂದು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಘನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆ ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಾಲಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಬಾಲಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಬಾಲಕ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಬಾಲಕರಂತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ತಮಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್, ಎರಡೂ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ. ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು, ವಿದ್ವತ್ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸದಾ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಅಧ್ವರ್ಯು CS ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಸರ್, ತಮಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಗವರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಕಾನೂನು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಸ್ತು ಎಂತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀ ಮನೋಹರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎರಡೂ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು 5ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಕೋರಿಕೆ 5ಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು, ಆದರೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕೋರಿಕೆ ಇತ್ತು, 5ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆ, ಪರಿಸರ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ, ಗಿಡ ನೆಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಸರ್ ಅದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದಾಕೋಣ, ಯಾವಾಗಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಏರ್ಪಾಡು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರು. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಪರಿಸರದ ಕಾನೂನುಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದು ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳ ಚಿಂತನೆಯನ್ನು, ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಂಪೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಎರಡೂ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್ ತಮಗೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತಂದು ಹೇಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿತ್ತುತ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತಂದು ವಿವಿಧ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರು ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬೋಧಕ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ, ಇಂದಿನ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೆ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ, ಗೋಡೆಯ ತುಂಬ ನಮ್ಮ ಬರಹಗಳಿವೆ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಮಿತ್ರರು ಅಂಟಿಸಿದ ಬರಹಗಳು ಪರಿಸರದ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳು. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಹೋಗಲಿ, ಹೇಗೆ ಹೋಗಲಿ, ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಸಾಯುವವರೆಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಉಳಿಯುವುದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ. ಅವನು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನಾಗಿದ್ದ ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ ಗಣ್ಯರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
no lasting peace or sustainable development without respect for human rights and the rule of law. Former UN Deputy Secretary General John Ellison. May I now request the respected Principal Sir Dr. K.B. Kempegowda, Principal VCL, to present a brief profile of the keynote speaker.
Good morning, friends. So we have today amidst us an esteemed guest, an environmentalist, and known figure in the field of environment science. It is his brief profile. Shri Nagesh Hegde sir graduated from IIT and JNU, was teaching MSc for the students on environment at Nainital University, joined Prajavani and Sudha, that is Deccan Herald Group, as a feature writer. He has been writing a fortnightly column for Prajavani for the past 35 years. His writings in Kannada have become textbook lessons from primary school to various universities in Karnataka. He has received highest award in journalism and literature in Karnataka. He is also a recipient of Rajyotsava Award. Post-retirement, he has been teaching PG Diploma journalism students on topics like environment, health, development, and elite subjects. He has been producing magazines, wallpapers, posters, books, songs, and pamphlets on ecology and environment for children. Plays and stories written by him have been staged in many schools. His scripts are used in production of 2 feature films in Karnataka. Friends, we are really blessed by accepting our invitation by Shri Nagesh Hegde sir to deliver keynote address on this occasion. Sir, on behalf of Kilpar and Vivekananda College of Law, a warm welcome to you, sir. Right. Yes.
In the words of Barack Obama, we are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change and the last generation that can do something about it. May I now request Sri Nagesh Hegde sir, renowned environmentalist, to deliver the keynote address.
It's not very well. On the outset, I would like to inform you that I have only very little knowledge of law. I have a little knowledge of environmental science, bit of biological sciences, bit of cosmology. I'm a communicator. What I feel right now is that there has been a long gap between various disciplines around us. I'm going to present to you, this is not going to be a lecture at all, this is going to be a dynamic show presentation. I'll show you how we are ignoring our environment. We refuse to recognize the fate of the other entities on this planet. We refuse to recognize the fate of the other people in different disciplines. I want to show that we are what we are. Shall we begin the show, please? Do I have the remote? I have to keep that. Okay. Okay, fine. This is not a very uncommon scene. You have seen it all along quite often. The plastic heap, burning plastic heap. This contains very serious poisons. I have listed only 3-4 of them. Dioxin is a very serious poison. Furon is another serious poison. And I'm going to show you the biphenyls are serious poisons. Poisons keep spreading all along. And we pass through as if nothing is dangerous. We keep passing through. We means, yes, a university professor goes through that without bothering to look at it. A law professor goes through that without bothering to look at it. A media person goes through that without bothering to look at it. A doctor goes through that without ever bothering to do anything about it. So we have been an excellent, tolerant society. We keep on tolerating all the things. But at the same day, if the university professor, when he goes to the classroom, he starts talking about the hazards of plastic burning. Go to the next slide, please. This is quite everywhere. You go to any city anywhere in India. This is quite a common one. What is not so common is, next one please. Please keep looking at me. I keep signaling like this so that you can change it. Okay? Okay, fine. These are the effects of burning plastic. Effects listed by World Health Organization. They have listed 16 different diseases that may afflict us if we keep inhaling the unhealthy plastic burning fumes. Few of them are very notorious. Go back, go back. Can I have the remote? Not working. Okay, so slowly. I'm good. Okay. We have respiratory problems. That's also scientifically known as COPD. We have highest number of COPD patients in the world. Highest number. And of course, next one. Cardiovascular disease. We have highest number of patients, heart patients. It is all because of that. Next one. We have genotoxic issues. You know what is genotoxic? The one that genetically gets entered into our system. If you breathe dioxin, if you breathe the air or the soot of burning plastic, if dioxin gets into your system, it goes into your blood. It starts mimicking your hormone. If you are a younger people, it might affect your, this is fine. Girls will have menstrual upsetting. There could be difficult to conceive babies. These are called genotoxic things. And the most basic impact of burning plastic is that we start developing diabetes at a younger age. We have largest number of type 1 diabetes in the world. Type 1 means juvenile diabetes. Young people suffering from diabetes. All this is because of burning plastic in public. A university professor, a chemistry professor goes to classroom, a medical professor goes to classroom, tells all these things while he ignored doing anything about that. He considers it's not my work at all. It's the work of a lawyer. Maybe somebody should file a case and somebody else should start arguing in front of that. And when it comes to law, I can sympathize with the lawyers because they do not know anything of these chemicals. They are not aware of it at all. So we have this kind of an ignorant system. And Article 21 says, this is very, very, very essential, fundamental article, protection of life and personal liberty. This is the scene. We are the dirtiest country in the world. I'm going to prove you again. It's not just like that. And 5,000 rupees fine. Nobody cares. How many people are at fault? Who are all responsible? We all are responsible for this thing. Yeah? And this is called biomedical waste. Very hazardous, very dangerous waste. Almost any hospital, behind any hospital, probably Bangalore could be slightly safer. If you go to Shivamogga, Bhadravati, if you go to Bangalore, Hubli, Dharwad, go behind any hospital, you see this one. And who are all culprits? It's the doctors who are culprits, medical administration is culprit, the local municipality is culprit, the local government is culprit, and we are all culprits because we don't do anything about it. The law is there. Have you heard of Dr. Almitra Patel? She is an engineer from MIT. She is a resident of Bangalore, 80-year-old now. She alone fought against solid waste menace. She went to High Court, she went to Supreme Court, then she was told that there are no laws at all. She fought against it. Now she was the one responsible for framing solid waste management rules. Till then there was no rule at all. Okay? She set up this Clean Up India. She went to Mumbai, she went to Nagpur, she went to Kolkata, she went to Jamshedpur, everywhere. What do? We create a heap of filth all around us and we go out to enjoy weekend to Ooty, to Nandi Hills, and we create filth and dirt there also. It should have been our basic responsibility to keep ourselves clean. She was campaigning for that and she gave us a very strong weapon. The weapon is, you can file a case against the health officer of any municipality and take him to task, take him to the court and put him behind bars. She has given us that very strong weapon. Now, I as a common citizen, I do not know how to handle the weapon. I know where the enemies are there. I don't know how to handle the weapon. You as lawyers, you know how to handle the weapon, but you do not know where the enemies are. Who are the people behind all around? So, we have the weapon, but nobody would like to use it. I'll give you another case. We keep celebrating Ozone Day on September 16 all over the world. That's about ozone protection layer all around the planet. That's all. But ozone at ground level is a serious poison. Ground level ozone is serious poison. It's been banned in many countries. They warn if there is an accumulation of ozone. You know, ozone keeps, when you are waiting in a signal, if there is a sunlight and your exhaust is pumping out petrol fumes, the nitrogen oxide gets converted into ozone. That ozone layer stays at level. And I'll give you the list of, I don't have to tell, these are the ozone production waste. In other countries, they alert the people. If there's quite a lot of sunshine, there's too much of smog in the atmosphere, they know that there is a possibilities of ozone pollution. They alert the hospital. Look, there could be a surge of patients with breathing difficulties. We don't do anything of that sort. We do not even know. Yes, it could be difficult to control ozone because we have nearly, how many? 92,000 vehicles flying in Bangalore. Most of them are not very careful about maintaining their pollution or at least trying to control it. We recklessly keep polluting the earth. But then, if it is difficult to control, at least you could alert the people. Is there any system to alert the people? We all know, right now use your smartphone and find out ozone pollution. And you get a long list of possible hazards that happen. But nobody bothers, including I talked to the police, traffic police people. Did you train your constables, traffic constables, about ozone pollution? Nobody trained them. So we are happy as we are. Okay? Here is a long list of ozone possible health effects on us. And I'll tell you, I am a victim. Okay? I have been consuming. You know what is that? This is the inhaler. For the past 30 years, I am a victim of pollutants, ozone, etc. Every day I have to take 3 or 4 puffs. And then what do I do with that? Suppose, what do I do with this? All these things. I usually dump it, right? When you dump it, it goes to burn yard or municipal people burn that. That very medicine becomes poison. It used to treat me, ease my breathing. After it's exhausted, I throw it. Carefully I throw it. It's taken out. It's burnt elsewhere. It creates fume which will hurt me further. Now, what do we do? I've been exploring. I've been talking to Cipla people for the past 4 years. Take away all this. I have 4 kgs of them. I don't know where to do. It is your responsibility. We have introduced that law, right? Extended producer responsibility. They have to take it back. They have, if you have exhausted all the toothpaste, that empty toothpaste can be, they have to take it back. And they should know how to process it and dispose it off safely. Nobody does it. So, when I know what all kinds of laws are existing there, this is what does the rule say? Yes, says so many things. The rule mandates the responsibilities of local bodies, gram panchayats, all public institutions were supposed to do what? Nobody knows. I talked to our panchayat people, can you take back those? No, nanu gottilla, sir. I went to the pharmaceutical companies, can you take them? No, we don't know. I just can't send it back to, although I have this legal weapon in my hand, I do not know how to handle it. And our law friends also do not. Now this is about, I talked about air pollution, now I am going to talk a little bit of water pollution. 7 dead Raichur water pollution, that was 3 years ago. Today's newspaper says that near Madhugiri, 7 people have died of polluted water. Can we go for legal redressal for it, compensation for it? So far, not even one case, one person has been convicted. Who is responsible then? Is it the municipal people, water bodies, BWSSB, or the people who filter it, give it to you in the name of Shuddha Neerina, what is that? Gataka. No, that itself is a bogus one. It removes all the essential salts from water, it gives you distilled water. Our body requires some amount of minerals, okay? Especially younger ones, elderly people. It takes away everything from that and gives you distilled. If you keep drinking distilled water, what will happen to you? Nobody says that. You know. So, everybody is equally careless. Now, let me come to this sound pollution. We know it's hardly a day passes without we becoming this. This is that famous statue. Have you heard of R.K. Lakshman? He's a celebrated cartoonist. People would buy Times of India because of R.K. Lakshman's cartoons. And that is the only cartoon character which has been converted into a lifetime statue, life-size statue. Only cartoon. He is that common man. And what is he doing? So sick of noise pollution, sound pollution, right next to this one. We don't care. Although the law says that above 90 decibels, it's hazardous. Sometimes the sound goes beyond 120 decibels, 140 decibels, we tolerate it. Right? Now, where do we stand? As a country, where are we? In the Environmental Performance Index, there is a ranking system for 180 countries. You know which could be our rank out of 180 countries? Our rank is the lowest one in the world. 180th rank. Bangladesh is better than us. Eritrea is better than us. Cambodia is better than us. So out of 180 countries, we have been for the past 3 years at the bottom, rock bottom of that. According to 2 days ago, it has been re-estimated. We say, yeah, we have done slightly better. We are 176th. Did we improve? You know, most interesting thing is that we have not done anything because other countries became worse. Because Myanmar became worse, Afghanistan became worse. That's why our ranking has gone up. 176. Isn't that a very thing? And there are so many others. Look at this, ranking of Environmental Performance Index of Afghanistan 81. Most of them are far better than us. And within that, all other indicators of biodiversity were so poor. I'll give you one more example. This is the latest plant. It's supposed to be a poisonous plant. Few of you may have heard of it. 7 countries have banned it. Gujarat has banned it. Scientists were telling, because when inflorescence happens, when the plant starts giving flower, the pollen is so fine, it goes into us, it creates asthma, bronchitis, headache, etc. And it's a fast growing plant. The root system goes much deeper and wider. It destroys the plumbing system there. It mixes up freshwater pipe with the drainage pipe there. It breaks everything. So it has been decided this is an enemy of cities. In city you should not have it, because a large, high density population is there. It creates havoc within the city. And this has been, look at this. Our scientists have told it about 4 years ago. Okay? July 20th. Scientists have said it's a very dangerous one. 3 months ago, our BBMP Forest Department have started freshly planting it. They have been raising it in the nurseries. If you come to Kengeri, you can see 300 of them in the road just being planted in this season. Which means what the scientists know, the forest officials don't know. What both the scientists and the forest officials know, the legal system doesn't know anything about it, and we do not know. Let me talk a little bit about forest now. Forget about the plantation in the urban areas. Beautiful forest. Unfortunately, most of our forests also carry very good mineral deposits underneath. This is a forest in Chhattisgarh. It contains huge deposit of coal underneath. And lot of corporate honchos are eyeing it. And they are lobbying at the topmost level. They got nearly 3,800 hectares are slated to be destroyed, and they start digging it up. Whoever has taken that, let me name, Adani has been given. He has been given more than 8,000 square kilometers of area. You know what? Most of our billionaires became billionaires not by giving you employment, not by offering you jobs, not by manufacturing, but by acquiring real estate. The moment he has been given the contract to mine that area, his share value goes up. He becomes multi-billionaire. In the past 15 years, our number of billionaires were hardly 32 or so. 32 became 64, 65 became 150, 150, 220, 280 billions have sung up after Corona. Number of billionaires are going up. How do they become billionaires? By acquiring the natural wealth of the country. Now, these people were telling that please don't do that. This belongs to tribals. Our ancestral people have that. They have puja sthala there. They go there, they do pray. They have the basic traditional medicines there, herbals. Their knowledge is amazing. We don't just displace them unless you record their knowledge. And they did that. But no, we don't bother. And there were protests recently, March 22. They have been protesting. What did they do, you know? The mining authorities, yes, they kept their part of ancestral value, so they left this much. This is because, yes, they have their traditional ancestral gods in that area, so they left it. For puja, you have to go down here, go up here, go there. It's all cold, it's all dirty, it's all filled, explosive, lots of it. Then you go there. This is how we respect laws. Legally, yes, perfect. He has preserved that thing. That's the kind of things. You know what? For the past 6 years or so, we have been diluting all the strict environmental laws. EIA rules are diluted now. Anybody can set up any factory anywhere in the country. Dr. Nagaraj will tell you a little more about it. Biodiversity rules have been diluted. The biodiversity rules are so powerful. They were so powerful. In a small panchayat village, suppose they are having Triphala. You know what is Triphala? It's a very potent Ayurvedic medicine recognized all over the world. Triphala contains 3 varieties of Adalekai, Tarikai, and then Nellikai. Suppose they have a lot of Nellikai there. One fellow contractor comes and takes everything away. He sets up a factory, pharmaceutical factory, and he starts making medicine, making money out of that. This law says that you have to consult the panchayat. This is a basic asset of the local panchayat. You cannot go there and snatch it away. If at all you harvest it, you have to pay so much to the panchayat. Now that law has about 8 months ago, it has been removed. You don't have to ask panchayat at all. Gone. Now in the name of collecting Triphala, the multinational pharmaceutical companies send detectives to the villages to find out which forest contains what kind of very rare medicines. They ask the village elderly people, do you have some medicine for this one, this one? Do you have some medicine? What happens if the girl in the village becomes suddenly pregnant? How do you induce abortion to her? That innocent fellow says, sir, here is the plant. You take that juice and you make her drink half a spoon of it. Yes, abortion. He takes that, he takes it home. He knows which are the places, which are the plants. And the villagers get nothing out of that at all. They benefit, and everywhere there is going to be kind of exploration. During the past 5 years, 689 projects proposals have been approved by National Board of Wildlife. That National Board is supposed to protect it. They have been asked, give clearance. We should in the name of ease of doing business, companies should come up, set it up quickly, start making products, selling it, start distributing dividend to their own country people, and so there should not be many, many hurdles. You remove these hurdles. So they have been doing, they've been passing it away. Let's come to the climate crisis. This is called the mother of all, rather, excuse me, father of all crises. You know what is real? You know this iconic thing, graph? 1940, the temperature is going up, 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 up. It has been breaking all the past records. This is 2023. This summer has broken that 23 record also. Continuously, the earth is becoming warmer and warmer and warmer, and the implications are enormous. It doesn't leave anybody untouched. What are the consequences? It's here. Air pollution, changes in vector ecology, increasing allergies. All this is a little complicated one. You need to spend a little more time to understand that. But then, here are the consequences here. You have high temperature, you have too many cyclones, you have huge chunks of ice falling down in the north and south pole, you have automatic fire. The forests catch fire. In Himachal Pradesh, last 3 months ago, at 56 places simultaneously, forest caught fire, both in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. And floods, continuously floods, and then of course you have the drought. All these characters are seen almost every day, and the reasons are we have been continuously burning. The fact that I am using this, the fan is running here. Do we know the source of the energy? Most of it comes from Raichur thermal power plant, and the coal that is required for Raichur comes all the way from Singareni and Bihar also. It comes all the way to Raichur by train. Nearly 8 loads of train loads of come there, they get burnt. Steam is generated, it rotates the turbine, and it just generates electricity. We transmit electricity from there to here, and there is nearly 22% loss of energy there. So by the time you have this fan here, 88% of energy is lost on the way. We use only 12% of it. The rest of the energy gets heated up, it hits the atmosphere and goes away. Now, instead of that, if you have a solar roof here, if you generate, it does not generate pollution. It energizes all the equipment inside you. That's what it is. It's going to cool it. No, we don't do it. Our industries are dependent on fossil fuel, vehicles are dependent, agriculture is dependent on. Without fossil fuel, we can't spend even 1 hour. Wherever you are, we are also dependent on it. So ultimately what happens is, this is it. Want to see it again? Interesting. Anyway, this will be the fate. This is one thing. I wish I could hear. I wish I could make you hear the screaming sound there. Last year's. Anyway, that's it. The roads there, they are supposed to facilitate buses. Now buses go in an ulta palta through the roads, temple goes, bridge goes through the road. The whole nature is acting against our own facilities. And we are creating, this is the shelter, heat shelter, Right now, in Chhattisgarh, in Jharkhand, the temperature is very high. People are dying. You know about how many people. In Delhi, people have died, 60 people have died in the past 3 years. In Mecca, 800 people have died because of heat wave. This is a new kind of a shelter. I'll just tell you. Yeah, this is not new. In Portland in the US, American people are given this public air conditioning facilities. They can come to a place and take shelter there, breathe easily. This is called cool shelters. We know about bomb shelters. During the Cold War year, almost all European countries have bomb shelters. Every block, every 10 houses will have, it's compulsory for them to have a bomb shelter there. You have water, you have essential commodities there, including matchbox and all, in case of an air raid. So bomb shelters are common. Now, we have cyclone shelters all along our eastern coast. It is Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, West Bengal, because too frequently the cyclones are coming, you have shelters there. Now you have to have snow shelters because in Simla last year, that was such a heavy snowfall. You can't go out for 3-4 days. You just can't open the door at all. You can't open the tap because water is frozen there. There's no vegetables, no grain, no gas. You start living a life of a tribal who was 3,000 years ago. Now you have snow. You have fire. You have to have fire shelters. When in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, if there are 62 places fire automatically catches, you have to have fire shelter somewhere there, right? Now you have food shelters, of course. Whenever there's a huge unexpected flooding, Ganji Kendra ante irutte. They set it up. At least basic. Are you going to have land shelters? Recently in Papua New Guinea, whole mountain came down. You know how many people have died? Not 40 or 80 or 200 or 300. 2,000 people just vanished, got buried. Most of them were our ancestors. I'll tell you that. And the consequence of this one, I'll tell you what happens when the rivers dry up. Here is a very interesting thing. This is that Sharavati river from Linganmakki, then Gersoppa, up to Gersop, they produce electricity. They give us all electricity. And whatever water is left, it goes to the Arabian Sea. There's 1 hour. What happens, I'll tell you. Slowly, salt water is coming inside. First of all, there's very little water going down here. We have, you know what? There is no river called Sharavati anymore. You have built a dam there, you have built a dam here, you have built a dam there. It's a broken river. Most of our rivers don't take water to the sea at all. We consume water for various purposes. So, the sea is coming inside, salt water, and it's slowly coming in because of higher temperature expansion. Now these people want water. It's actual case. Kirvati village. So there you are giving them fresh water using this one. In a matter of another 8 or 10 years, you will force them to drink salt water. So this is the case. Most of our rivers dry up by December, latest by January. Sometimes this is the case of excess water. Whatever water was supposed to come from the sky for 2 months, it comes in a matter of 2 days, suddenly. It's a havoc. This is another latest menace, locust. Suddenly a swarm of insects. They come almost like within 24 hours, they destroy your crop completely. And this is because of the temperature variation. ultimately, this is the fate. You know, we have the highest number of farmers committing suicide. Every half an hour, one person. The total number in the past 20 years has crossed 6 lakhs. Unfortunate person. He is the one who puts food in our plate. He feeds the politicians, the diplomats, the military people, the business people, the corporate people, the lawyers, judges, scientists. Everybody is dependent on him. And he is committing suicide. Look at the way hardly any trees are left in his farm because he was forced to sell that tree because probably his daughter is having some health issues. He had to sell that tree. He doesn't have any more trees. He can't hang on to that. There is no electricity at all. He can't touch the wire to commit suicide, right? He can't dive into a well. Tell me why? There's no water there. So he is dependent on that and everything. Anyway, this is the fate. And what do we do? What does our legal system do? Anyway, so now we'll come to the latest one. 3 days ago, 20 people died. This is the capital of the country. Remember it. Our ultimate, all our politicians' ultimate aim is to go to Delhi. Eh? So that Delhi, today it is 60 people have died. And just about 6 months ago, cold wave continuously was gripping the whole thing. A little before that, 27th of December, smog is all over. It has become, each of these calamities have become international news. The country's capital is undergoing, these are things. Submersions. And now there is a great craving for water. They're struggling to get water and there's a lot of politics. Haryana is not giving them water at all because Haryana is ruled by some other party. They don't want to help this one. The most interesting thing that has happened last year, Yamuna, when it was in spate, it flooded Rajghat. It came up to Supreme Court. Nature comes to Supreme Court. Nature came to Rajghat. Nature came to Supreme Court. Do something about it. Are we doing anything? Yes, the last March, first time ever in the history of independent India, Supreme Court has made a momentous decision on climate action. First time. What does it say? He's recognized the right. Can you all read it? This is in the context of Ranjit Sinha. They were fighting the case of great Indian bustard, a bird. The bird, it has no place to fly at all. In Rajasthan and Gujarat, the Adani Green has been given such a vast stretch of area to generate electricity. From electricity, they would generate hydrogen and distribute all over the country. In the process, they have built a vast network of low voltage cables. And these birds, they die. They crash and die. They get electricity shock and die. Along with, what is so important about these, there are hardly less than 200 of them are left in the country. So few are left. And they are dying because of our carelessness. And apart from this, GIB, Great Indian Bustard. So many other birds keep crashing into windmills, crashing into the high tension wires. Nearly 1 lakh birds are dying there. Most important one are these GIBs. What are they? Great Indian birds. At one time there was 6,000, 8,000 of them. It's been reduced to how much? Yes? Gujarat only 10. We have less than 10. We have about 6. Only 3 pairs of them are there left. Such majestic birds, the biggest birds, and the most the lively birds. Here is the list. And Ranjit Sinha took that cause to the court, and they took it very, very seriously. First time Supreme Court decided that it's high time we intervene now. Now, but we are still not yet happy. We destroyed our forest, we destroyed our rivers, we destroyed our coastal areas, we destroyed our grasslands, we polluted all of them. Even then, we have more than 45% left below poverty line, and it is our constitutional right to give them equal facilities. Okay? Yes, it is our moral duty and constitutional obligation to give these people all those facilities, give them better water, give them communication, give them education, give them health facilities. We have not given them. We have given them only to these people, So obviously we are obliged to give them. What will be the condition of our country? Should we give them or not? We should give them. So unless you develop, unless you hang on to the sustainable development, yes, during this climate crisis, it was being called global warming. It is not global warming anymore. It is called global heating. Till yesterday, it is not global heating anymore. It is global boiling now. And we don't do anything. All these things, how to bring climate justice. This is called the climate justice. I showed you so many people, including me, the farmer, the plumber, the laborer, all of them are suffering. The rich and well-to-do people can climb up somehow. You know how do they climb up? I should have shown. 3 days ago, the IIM students of Amritsar IIM have staged a very interesting dharna. They slept on the dining table like this. All the students. It was an air-conditioned dining table, but their demand was that all rooms should be air-conditioned. That is their demand. They demand, because IIM students, tomorrow they are going to be administrators, business managers, diplomats, secretaries. They will have their comfort. Each time you set up a new air conditioning, you are adding to the heat of the planet Earth. You are burning more fossil fuel. So at the cost of the rest of the people, you enjoy your comfort as usual. So what kind of, this is just 2-3 days ago, this article, I don't want to get into this. We have to call for climate justice. How do we need? We have the connect dots. This is what we don't do usually. We don't bother who the other person is doing, what other knowledge. We got to talk to the scientists, talk to environmentalists, talk to civil engineers, or the civil engineers should talk to the lawyers. And communicators should talk to all these people and say, look, we are in a crisis. You youngsters will have to talk to your grandparents and to your children. Tomorrow is going to be much tougher. If I'm wasting 2 buckets of water to wash my car, can I wash my car only with half a bucket of water? You've got to discuss at home. We are wasting so much of electricity. Can we reduce tomorrow? Can we recycle our waste? Can we go into the zero waste economy? That kind of a thing. But how about rule of law? What is our standard in the international level? Where do we stand as far as adherence to fundamental rights? Our ranking is 94. Civil justice is still worse. Criminal justice, we are slightly better. So this is what it is. I'm not going to talk about that. So ultimately, this is my appeal. Together. Okay? He cannot access success without you. You, the young advocates, are the only hope. In many cases we have seen, only the Supreme Court is the ultimate last hope for us. Because, yes, there are powerful lawyers, advocates who can really are. So the lawyers are the ultimate hope to extricate the country, the common man, from the vagaries of our own doing, vagaries of climate change. There is nothing called natural disasters. All the disasters are man-made disasters because of our careless handling, because of careless handling of nature by people of my generation. We have to correct ourselves. We have to see. Thank you so much. I'm showing this as a one last word. This gentleman, he was a scavenger. He used to sweep streets. He used to clean the toilets of his own as well as neighborhood people. A person who was cleaning the toilet, who was so much concerned about sanitation and cleanliness, we made him the father of our nation. We put him in every currency note. We keep it near heart. But what do we do when we are going? Just throw the thing. This is what we are. We got to start from there. This, nowhere else in the world, a sanitary cleaner has been named the father of the country. Nowhere else in the world, the Prime Minister is appealing to people, Papa, keep your street clean. Please keep your beaches clean, rivers clean, keep your temples clean. The Prime Minister has to appeal to the people, which means everybody else has failed to do it. Our teacher has failed. Our parents have failed. Our teachers have failed. Our social leaders have failed. The whole set of people, we are less than what kind of citizens we are. I suppose tomorrow will be better. I suppose the youngsters will take the responsibility on yourself. Thank you so much for giving me this chance.
Thank you, sir. No duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. I hereby invite N. Madhumita of 10th SEM BCom LLB to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all present here. I take great pleasure in expressing a heartfelt gratitude to Shri Nagesh Hegde sir for his delightful discourse on the current state of environmental affairs. Sir, your address left us deeply intrigued with a sense of responsibility in all our minds towards the society at large. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. I also extend a sincere gratitude to our beloved principal, Professor Dr. K.P. Kempegowda sir, for his lively and warm welcome address and for providing us an opportunity to be a part of this seminar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
The plant, you take that juice and you make her drink half a spoon of it. Yes, abortion. He takes that, he takes it home. He knows which are the places, which are the plants. And the villagers get nothing out of that at all. They benefit, and everywhere there is going to be kind of exploration. During the past 5 years, 689 projects proposals have been approved by National Board of Wildlife. That National Board is supposed to protect it. They have been asked, "Arey, give clearance, give clearance." We should, in the name of ease of doing business, companies should come up, set it up quickly, start making products, selling it, start distributing dividend to their own country people, and so there should not be many, many hurdles. You remove these hurdles. So they have been doing, they've been passing it away. Let's come to the climate crisis. This is called the mother of all, rather, excuse me, father of all crises. You know what is real? You know this iconic thing, graph? 1940, the temperature is going up, 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 up. It has been breaking all the past records. This is 2023. This summer has broken that 23 record also. Continuously, the earth is becoming warmer and warmer and warmer, and the implications are enormous. It doesn't leave anybody untouched. What are the consequences? It's here. Air pollution, changes in vector ecology, increasing allergies. All this is a little complicated one. You need to spend a little more time to understand that. But then, here are the consequences here. You have high temperature, you have too many cyclones, you have huge chunks of ice falling down in the north and the south pole, you have automatic fire. The forests catch fire. In Himachal Pradesh, last 3 months ago, at 56 places simultaneously, forest caught fire, both in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. And floods, continuously floods, and then of course you have the drought. All these characters are seen almost every day, and the reasons are we have been continuously burning. The fact that I am using this, the fan is running here. Do we know the source of the energy? Most of it comes from Raichur thermal power plant, and the coal that is required for Raichur comes all the way from Singareni and Bihar also. It comes all the way to Raichur by train. Nearly 8 loads of truckloads of, no, train loads of come there, they get burnt. Steam is generated, it rotates the turbine, and it just generates electricity. We transmit electricity from there to here, and there is nearly 22% loss of energy there. So by the time you have this fan here, 88% of energy is lost on the way. We use only 12% of it. The rest of the energy gets heated up, it heats the atmosphere and goes away. Now, instead of that, if you have a solar roof here, if you generate, it does not generate pollution. It energizes all the equipment inside you. That's what it is. It's going to cool it. No, we don't do it. Our industries are dependent on fossil fuel, vehicles are dependent, agriculture is dependent on. Without fossil fuel, we can't spend even 1 hour. Wherever you are, we are also dependent on it. So ultimately what happens is, this is it. Want to see it again? Interesting. Anyway, this will be the fate. Oh yeah, this is one thing. You can just, I wish I could hear. I wish I could make you hear the screaming sound there. Last year's. Anyway, that's it. The roads there, they are supposed to facilitate buses. Now buses go in an ulta-palta through the roads, temple goes, bridge goes through the road. The whole nature is acting against our own facilities. And we are creating, this is the shelter, heat shelter. Right now in Chhattisgarh, in Jharkhand, the temperature is very high. People are dying. You know about how many people? In Delhi, people have died, 60 people have died in the past 3 years. In Mecca, 800 people have died because of heat wave. This is a new kind of a shelter. I'll tell you, yeah, this is not new. In Portland in the US, American people are given this public air conditioning facilities. They can come to a place and take shelter there, breathe easily. This is called cool shelters. We know about bomb shelters. During the Cold War year, almost all European countries have bomb shelters. Every block, every 10 houses will have, it's compulsory for them to have a bomb shelter there. You have water, you have essential commodities there, including matchbox and all, in case of an air raid. So bomb shelters are common. Now, we have cyclone shelters all along our eastern coast. It is Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, West Bengal, because too frequently the cyclones are coming, you have shelters there. Now you have to have snow shelters, because in Simla last year, that was such a heavy snowfall. You can't go out for 3-4 days. You just can't open the door at all. You can't open the tap because water is frozen there. There's no vegetables, no grain, no gas. You start living a life of a tribal who was 3,000 years ago. Now you have snow. You have fire. You have to have fire shelters. When in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, if there are 62 places fire automatically catches, you have to have fire shelter somewhere there, right? Now you have food shelters, of course. Whenever there's a huge unexpected flooding, Ganji Kendra Antirat, they set it up. At least basic. Are you going to have land shelters? Recently in Papua New Guinea, whole mountain came down. You know how many people have died? Not 40 or 80 or 200 or 300. 2,000 people just vanished, got buried. Most of them were our ancestors. I'll tell you that. And the consequence of this one, I'll tell you what happens when the rivers dry up. Here is a very interesting thing. This is that Sharavati river from Linganmakki, then Gersoppa, up to Gersop, they produce electricity. They give us all electricity. And whatever water is left, it goes to the Arabian Sea. There's 1 hour. What happens, I'll tell you. Slowly, salt water is coming inside. First of all, there's very little water going down here. We have, you know what? There is no river called Sharavati anymore. You have built a dam there, you have built a dam here, you have built a dam there. It's a broken river. Most of our rivers don't take water to the sea at all. We consume water for various purposes. So, the sea is coming inside, salt water, and it's slowly coming in because of higher temperature expansion. Now these people want water. It's actual case. Kirvati village. So there you are giving them fresh water using this one. In a matter of another 8 or 10 years, you will force them to drink salt water. So this is the case. Most of our rivers dry up by December, latest by January. Sometimes this is the case of excess water. Whatever water was supposed to come from the sky for 2 months, it comes in a matter of 2 days, suddenly. It's a havoc. This is another latest menace, locust. Suddenly a swarm of insects, they come almost like within 24 hours they destroy your crop completely. And this is because of the temperature variation. Ultimately, this is the fate. You know, we have the highest number of farmers committing suicide. Every half an hour, one person. The total number in the past 20 years has crossed 6 lakhs. Unfortunate person. He is the one who puts food in our plate. He feeds the politicians, the diplomats, the military people, the business people, the corporate people, the lawyers, judges, scientists. Everybody is dependent on him. And he is committing suicide. Look at the way hardly any trees are left in his farm because he was forced to sell that tree because probably his daughter is having some health issues. He had to sell that tree. He doesn't have any more trees. He can't hang on to that. There is no electricity at all. He can't touch the wire to commit suicide, right? He can't dive into a well. Tell me why? There's no water there. So he is dependent on that and everything. Anyway, this is the fate. And what do we do? What does our legal system do? Anyway, so now we'll come to the latest one. 3 days ago, 20 people died. This is the capital of the country. Remember it. Our ultimate, all our politicians' ultimate aim is to go to Delhi. Eh? So that Delhi, today it is 60 people have died. And just about 6 months ago, cold wave continuously was gripping the whole thing. A little before that, 27th of December, smog is all over. It has become, each of these calamities have become international news. The country's capital is undergoing, these are things. Submersions. And now there is a great craving for water. They're struggling to get water and there's a lot of politics. Haryana is not giving them water at all because Haryana is ruled by some other party. They don't want to help this one. The most interesting thing that has happened last year, Yamuna, when it was in spate, it flooded Rajghat. It came up to Supreme Court. Nature comes to Supreme Court. Nature came to Rajghat. Nature came to Supreme Court. Do something about it. Are we doing anything? Yes, the last March, first time ever in the history of independent India, Supreme Court has made a momentous decision on climate action. First time. What does it say? He's recognized the right. Can you all read it? This is in the context of Ranjit Sinha. They were fighting the case of great Indian bustard, a bird. The bird, it has no place to fly at all. In Rajasthan and Gujarat, the Adani Green has been given such a vast stretch of area to generate electricity. From electricity, they would generate hydrogen and distribute all over the country. In the process, they have built a vast network of low voltage cables. And these birds, they die. They crash and die. They get electricity shock and die. Along with, what is so important about these, there are hardly less than 200 of them are left in the country. So few are left. And they are dying because of our carelessness. And apart from this, GIB, Great Indian Bustard. So many other birds keep crashing into windmills, crashing into the high tension wires. Nearly 1 lakh birds are dying there. Most important one are these GIBs. What are they? Great Indian birds. At one time there was 6,000, 8,000 of them. It's been reduced to how much? Yes? Gujarat only 10. We have less than 10. We have about 6. Only 3 pairs of them are there left. Such majestic birds, the biggest birds, and the most the lively birds. Here is the list. And Ranjit Sinha took that cause to the court, and they took it very, very seriously. First time Supreme Court decided that it's high time we intervene now. Now, but we are still not yet happy. We destroyed our forest, we destroyed our rivers, we destroyed our coastal areas, we destroyed our grasslands, we polluted all of them. Even then, we have more than 45% left below poverty line, and it is our constitutional right to give them equal facilities. Okay? Yes, it is our moral duty and constitutional obligation to give these people all those facilities, give them better water, give them communication, give them education, give them health facilities. We have not given them. We have given them only to these people. So obviously we are obliged to give them. What will be the condition of our country? Should we give them or not? We should give them. So unless you develop, unless you hang on to the sustainable development, yes, during this climate crisis, it was being called global warming. It is not global warming anymore. It is called global heating. Till yesterday, it is not global heating anymore. It is global boiling now. And we don't do anything. All these things, how to bring climate justice. This is called the climate justice. I showed you so many people, including me, the farmer, the plumber, the laborer, all of them are suffering. The rich and well-to-do people can climb up somehow. You know how do they climb up? I should have shown. 3 days ago, the IIM students of Amritsar IIM have staged a very interesting dharna. They slept on the dining table like this. All the students. It was an air-conditioned dining table, but their demand was that all rooms should be air-conditioned. That is their demand. They demand, because IIM students, tomorrow they are going to be administrators, business managers, diplomats, secretaries. They will have their comfort. Each time you set up a new air conditioning, you are adding to the heat of the planet Earth. You are burning more fossil fuel. So at the cost of the rest of the people, you enjoy your comfort as usual. So what kind of, this is just 2-3 days ago, this article, I don't want to get into this. We have to call for climate justice. How do we need? We have the connectors. This is what we don't do usually. We don't bother who the other person is doing, what other knowledge. We've got to talk to the scientists, talk to environmentalists, talk to civil engineers, or the civil engineers should talk to the lawyers. And communicators should talk to all these people and say, look, we are in a crisis. You youngsters will have to talk to your grandparents and to your children. Tomorrow is going to be much tougher. If I'm wasting 2 buckets of water to wash my car, can I wash my car only with half a bucket of water? We've got to discuss at home. We are wasting so much of electricity. Can we reduce tomorrow? Can we recycle our waste? Can we go into the zero waste economy? That kind of a thing. But how about rule of law? What is our standard in the international level? Where do we stand as far as adherence to fundamental rights? Our ranking is 94. Civil justice is still worse. Criminal justice, we are slightly better. So this is what it is. I'm not going to talk about that. So ultimately, this is my appeal. Together. Okay? He cannot access success without you. You, the young advocates, are the only hope. In many cases we have seen, only the Supreme Court is the ultimate last hope for us. Because, yes, there are powerful lawyers, advocates who can really are. So you are the lawyers are the ultimate hope to extricate the country, the common man, from the vagaries of our own doing, vagaries of climate change. There is nothing called natural disasters. All the disasters are man-made disasters because of our careless handling, because of careless handling of nature by people of my generation. We have to correct ourselves. We have to see. Thank you so much. I'm showing this as a one last word. This gentleman, he was a scavenger. He used to sweep streets. He used to clean the toilets of his own as well as neighborhood people. A person who was cleaning the toilet, who was so much concerned about sanitation and cleanliness, we made him the father of our nation. We put him in every currency note. We keep it near heart. But what do we do when we are going? Just throw the thing. This is what we are. We got to start from there. This, nowhere else in the world, a sanitary cleaner has been named the father of the country. Nowhere else in the world, the Prime Minister is appealing to people, Papa, keep your street clean. Please keep your beaches clean, rivers clean, keep your temples clean. The Prime Minister has to appeal to the people, which means everybody else has failed to do it. Our teacher has failed. Our parents have failed. Our teachers have failed. Our social leaders have failed. The whole set of people, we are less than what kind of citizens we are. I suppose tomorrow will be better. I suppose the youngsters will take the responsibility on yourself. Thank you so much for giving me this chance.
Thank you, sir. No duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. I hereby invite N. Madhumita of 10th MBCom LLB to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all present here. I take great pleasure in expressing a heartfelt gratitude to Shri Nagesh Hegde sir for his delightful discourse on the current state of environmental affairs. Sir, your address left us deeply intrigued with a sense of responsibility in all our minds towards the society at large. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. I also extend a sincere gratitude to our beloved principal, Professor Dr. K.P. Kempegowda sir, for his lively and warm welcome address and for providing us an opportunity to be a part of this seminar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
journals such as Supreme Court Journal and Criminal Law Journal. Her research encompasses critical topics including child labor, domestic violence, legislative privileges and socio-economic rights, reflecting her commitment to advancing justice and equality through legal education and discourse. She has been resource person in various national and international academic endeavors. In addition to her extensive publications and speaking engagements, ma'am has been actively involved in research guidance, having produced 6 PhD scholars and currently guiding 6 more. She completed a UGC-sponsored major research project on assisted reproductive technology vis-a-vis women's rights. Her administrative experience is extensive, including roles as a syndicate member, Senate member, and deputy warden at Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University. Committees at several prestigious institutions. Her career reflects a profound commitment to legal education and advocacy, underscored by her significant contributions to constitutional and women's law. Now I request ma'am to take over the session and speak on Right to a Healthy Environment, a critical study.
I hereby invite Ritu of 4th Sem 5 years to present a brief profile of our second speaker.
My warm wishes to everyone. I consider it a great privilege to introduce and welcome Professor Dr. B.C. Nagaraj sir to this august gathering. Sir is currently serving as the chairman and professor at Bangalore University. Sir holds a PhD from Bangalore University and PDM from Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, specializing in ecology. Sir has held various important positions like Chairman of the Department of Environmental Science, Subject Matter Expert for Ecology and Biodiversity for National Accreditation Board from Education for QCI, etc. He has been an advisor to Government of Karnataka in relation to conservation of rivers, trees and ecological sensitive zone. Sir is a seasoned academician and also an avid researcher who has grassroots level experience in doing complex researches, thus adding practical value to his teachings and thus enhancing student learnings and also by qualitatively improving the syllabus of several universities of which he has been a part. Sir has to his credit participation in several global forums, thus bringing global perspectives and home. He has authored critical chapters in several books and also reviewed many related works. He has been kind enough to share his penchant for environmental awareness through over 75 publications. He is a sought-after speaker in many environmental forums and is also guiding many PhD students with zeal. It's an honor to mention that Sir has produced 6 PhD students and many more are in the anvil. Sir, we take great pleasure in welcoming our true environmental thought leader to share his rich wealth of knowledge. I heartily welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Now we have 2 eminent speakers who will be presenting their views on the topics. First, I invite Dr. B.C. Nagaraj, Professor and Chairman, Department of Environmental Sciences, Bangalore University, to address us on public participation in environmental impact assessment in India and overview. Sir, over to you.
Respected Chairperson, Principal Sir, and all the faculties, the dignitaries of the seminar, and all the students, and media and other communities. First of all, I thank the Principal Sir for inviting me and share my thoughts on this occasion. I also good friend of Hegde Sir. Just Nagesh Hegde Sir has completed his talk. Then I have Principal Sir has told me that I also speak in the similar line what Nagesh Hegde Sir has told, and Sir has advised me to talk on environmental impact assessment. So as all of you know that this is something tool is used by the government to clear the project for implementation. Any project is implemented that has to undergo the scrutiny of the government to highlight and illustrate about the nature of impact about the projects. That is something in the backdrop of sustainable development. As all of you are aware about, whole kind of sustainable development issue came in the Supreme Court, and the first conference held in 1972 in Stockholm on the global level, then about Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992, and so many other conferences in the global level, has made this national government to think about the development is happening very rapidly at the cost of environmental degradations. That something was the cause of concerns of all the nations in the world. Whoever the party to the Stockholm conference and also the Rio de Janeiro conference in 92 have signed this agreement, and then finally formally these global countries have said that some kind of environmental impact assessment has been done for the projects. First and foremost, the USA has done it in 1970, then Canada, Japan, and all developed countries have implemented this legislation of environmental impact assessment. As all of you know, the history of environmental this thing, and as illustrated by the previous keynote speaker, we got justice due to the advocates and judiciary. Starting from Mehta case to the Sinha case and so many Supreme Court cases, they're all like, they gave a justice, and we could not able to give a justice as an academician, activist, students, like that's the judiciary has given justice in the country. That's something you all should be proud enough to say, that this conference will give some kind of message to the youths that judiciary plays very important role in environmental protection in today's world. So that I honestly accept as an academician, that's something judiciary has given a lot of justice. So when it comes to the environmental legislations, when Indira Gandhi came from the Stockholm Conference in 1972, there were not explicit kind of mentioning about environmental conservations in Indian constitutions. Article 52A is something like which is highlighted about this state have a sovereign rights to protect the forest, wildlife and environment of the country, which has been brought in the parliament in 1976. Then about this, the fundamental rights have been brought in the parliament. Then about right to life has been implemented and is changed into right to live in a clean and healthy environment. All kind of constitutional changes has provided this Indian government to implement the environmental protections. So as you know, that we got independence in 1947. So our country's agenda was people were dying due to this the famine, lack of food and lack of water and all kind of basic things for the fundamental things after the independence. The Nehru was ruled this country for 17 years as a prime minister of the country. This is given emphasis for agriculture. Food was the main thing for everyone. That's the lack of people were dying without food in those days, which all you read it in the textbook and history. So what was very important aspect is that the government has given a lot of emphasis for construction of dams. Even the Nehru is called the dams of India as the modern temples of India. But when this all kind of big construction of big dams have started in India, the issue came that submergence of the forest, settlement, all kind of issues have started by building big dams in India in 1950s and 60s, where the water was the lifeline for agriculture, power, and so many things. Then the people started fighting it. Medha Patkar came in pictures, an activist fight about this building of many dams in Gujarat, Narmada River and other rivers. There's a lot of communities there, a lot of activists came in pictures, and they started saying about this is something is happening at the cost of forest laws, wildlife laws and tribal laws and culture. Big dam construction has to be banned. That something was that was a kind of development. Okay, that was the kind of issues was taken in the place in the government. Building dam was a thing for many things, but lot of kind of agitation came in picture. Finally, in the government, they started 1978. Government of India enacted a rules for river valley projects. There is no environmental act. There is no environmental protection act till 1980s. So 1978, Government of India started released the guidelines. The guidelines are called as river valley projects. building any dam, there should be some kind of guidelines mitigating the impact of dams. That was the first initiations in the environmental impact assessment, not as a law, but just as a guidelines. Then the second issue was the thermal projects, and we are all like promoting this. All like 75% of the electricity comes in India is from thermal power. It is coal mining, thermal power stations. That some kind of reckless pollution is happening in India. That something is a cause of concern for all kind of greenhouse gas emissions. And today's we reach the stage about climate change problem. This is all because the biggest culprit for climate change is thermal power stations. So that is a coal kind of based energy, is the dirtiest energy on earth that has to be reduced if global warming has to be controlled. That was the kind of things, the thermal power guidelines came in pictures in 1987. Then all other kinds of guidelines came, highway guidelines came, and so many other kinds of guidelines came. And luckily, Government of India started like, there was a Department of Environment under the Agriculture Ministry. There was no exclusive Agriculture Ministry till 1984. Only the 1984 has given a statutory kind of power, and then the Ministry of Environment and Forest started in Government of India. Even though we got an independence in 1947, Environmental Ministry came in picture only in 1984. That's something you all can imagine about how much time it took to realize the importance of environment. That something is because this Environmental Protection Act came in picture, that something is called as an umbrella act. That has been enacted because of Bhopal tragedy. That's something, if the tragedy would have not happened, even that enacting this environmental act would have been delayed further. That's something is you can relate into the industrializations and leakage of methyl isocyanate gas and a lot of kind of health issues. That's something Bhopal tragedies make the central government to form the Ministry of Environment and Forest in 1984. Then this Environmental Protection Act came in. That before that we have all the acts, Water Act, Air Act. Water Act came in 1974. Forest Act came in 1980. Okay, then Air Act came in 1981. Wildlife Act 1972. All the acts came before the Environmental Act. That is the kind of irony about this India. If you look at USA, 1970, Environmental Protection Act came in first. Then all other acts came later. In Indian legislation, if you look at it, all environmental legislation came before the Environmental Act. Environmental Protection Act, which is called as a umbrella act. All other individual act, Air Act in 81, okay, Water Act in 1974, Forest Act in 1980, okay, Wildlife Act in 1972, everything came before. Then this Air and Water Act have been merged into Environmental Protection Acts, and so many legislation came in pictures, and that was the kind of history. With all these judicial interventions and so much legislations in India, in 1994, the people thought that, the government thought that there will be some kind of reduction of the impact. All the industries, we have to be careful about giving permissions. Then the 1994 Environmental Impact Assessment has been guidelines implemented under Environmental Protection Act 1987. 1994, the first EIA guidelines issued under the statutory provision under this Environmental Protection Act of 1986. So this Environmental Impact Assessment Act in 1994 has made the industries to realize role of environment. So you know that anybody, any industrialist walks into Chief Minister's office or Prime Minister's office, they give a red carpet welcome and they say that, okay, in principle you agreed this project, you can go ahead. That was a state of affair that has happened because of LPG. In 1991, when P.V. Narasimha Rao was there, that is privatization, liberalization, okay, and globalizations. That came in picture in 1991. The Indian government did not open up any kind of export-import till 1991. This LPG reforms was the beginning for industrialization in India. Any country, any chief ministers or prime ministers interested in economic growth, not about environmental protection. That something is, they were giving in examples, economics were the culprit for that. All the economic advisors to the any prime ministers and chief ministers office, their agenda is economic growth. That's something they were like, see the all European nations and developed nations, they've all grown the economy at the cost of environmental degradation. Okay, that's pollution. London smog is something 1934, 1940, Los Angeles smog. All these things you have studied in textbooks, and their industrialization has happened in beginning of the 19th century. They have seen the pollution, then they enacted the laws. That something was the advice of economists to the prime ministers. All the time their emphasis was economic growth, and not much importance has been taken for environmental protections in India. Luckily, 1994, that's the environmental impact assessment came in pictures. There's some kinds of serious thinking was started in the government to start about giving permissions. When the government's industry need three kind of things for any industry to set up. One is land, one is water, other is energy. If any government of whether state government or central government give these three things, industry will come and set up there. So they are the three things, a lifeline for any industry. Any industry, economic growth means exporting more, import less. Then the GDP will rise. That is something like this impact assessment has been made as a mandatory. Environmental clearance, forest clearance, wildlife clearance, groundwater clearance, all kind of clearance came in pictures in 1994. The industries has to undergo for this clearance from the government as a statutory rule. This is something has made the industry to think about this kind of project sanctioning. There are 34 industrial sectors have been grouped, and there are sectors have mentioned as EC, environmental clearance is not required, environmental clearance is required, and modalities and everything has been framed in these guidelines. Those who are interested can download and read 1994 EIA legislations. That is something was the beginning of EIA in Indian situations. These public consultations, okay, when you say environmental impact assessment, don't think that is only the science is there. Okay, that's environment has three components. One is a physical environment, okay. Second one is a biological environment. Third is a social environment. Social environment is communities, people. So environmental impact assessment, they made mandatory to have a public hearing process. Any scientific document is being prepared by any kind of industry or a consultant, it has to undergo for public scrutiny. How this has to undergo the public scrutiny? They have to conduct public hearing process. Me as a professor is involved in the environmental impact assessment project. I will prepare a scientific report, and that will be submitted to the government. That scientific report submitted the formalities of the public consultations, because the conference is basically emphasizing on public participation. In the environmental clearance process, when the report is prepared, I was part of the many reports preparations in India. So when the report is submitted, that is submitted to the Pollution Control Board for public hearing. Pollution Control Board issues in the newspaper about public consultation on dash and dash date on the particular site. This public consultation has to happen where the industry comes. Particular village, taluk or a district, it has to come. The whole kind of public hearing has to be done by district collector. IAS officer of the district is the chairman of the public consultation process. All the stakeholders are invited and given their suggestion, and this report before the meeting, the local language report is communicated through this website of the Pollution Control Board, and also the hard copies were kept in the district office, taluk office, everywhere. Anybody can walk in and read the report and give the opinion. Unfortunately, this kind of consultation process is not happening in Indian situation. I was involved in this process from last 2 decades, where publics were given a chance to say their comment by email, by letter or writing, by when the report is online or offline or in the offices, but not much kind of impact has happened in this public consultation process. All of you know that how public consultation is done. That has to be videographed, okay, that has to be recorded. Each and every grievance has to be heard. Proceeding has to be made. Proceeding, sometimes they were doing it after 3 months or 6 months. Now the legislation says that district collector's IAS officer has to write the proceedings on the 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock on the same day. He has to upload in the website. He need not to listen to anybody else. So all this kind of, and only one thing, this recent environmental impact assessment guidelines have been diluted is, earlier they said that anybody can come and give the grievances. Now they are saying in 2006 EA notification, only the projects who are affected by the project directly, they are the only can come and give their grievances. That means people residing in 10 kilometer radius from the project area, can only attend the public consultation. It has made an anger on the NGOs and activists who comes from Delhi, wherever the public meeting held, and they're going and they're raising their voice. So they're saying that this some kind of politics is there, and people come from outside and they kind of tell sort of things to the local community and disrupt the meeting and all this thing. Then the government diluted it, and they're saying that only people, your land you are losing, your forest you are losing, agriculture land you are losing, house you are losing, you only come and attend the public meeting. That is something is that diluted in recent years. So the law has been, it's there as a mandatory, but lot of kind of changes were there in that thing. Okay, that public consultation was very, very important. Yeah, I told that 34 projects were there. You look at it, so many projects are exempted from the public hearing process, public consultation. What are the projects? Defense projects. Public consultation is not needed. Modi government has said that like a lot of projects are exempted. All the infrastructure projects exempted from public consultations. All kind of drinking water projects, Ettinwala project is going on. Don't get confused, it's exempted from environmental clearance because it is a drinking water project. That's why people went to NGT, National Green Tribunal. No, impact will be more than the industry. The water is lifted from 7 streams, lifted, stored in so many places and then brought to Bangalore. So it is impact is more, environmental clearance is needed. No. It is drinking water project, environmental clearance not necessary. The public consultation, environmental clearance not necessary. Like that, lot of projects were exempted. Steel bridge project is proposed in Bangalore city. Okay, that is exempted. But public says came to the street, project has been stopped. So peripheral ring road exempted. All highways, railways, metro project. Metro is a very good example. It's exempted from the environmental clearance. Why? It's a public facility. It is not built for any individual. It is built for everyone. But when the High Court of Maharashtra, all of you are aware about Woka, he is a Supreme Court judge now. He was the one of his judgment in Mumbai when the metro rail is constructed. When he has passed a judgment stating that you have to retain the trees. Let the train go zigzag way, not straight, but retain the big trees on the road. Such a kind of judgment that the Maharashtra Mumbai High Court has given. The same person has been came into the appointed as a Chief Justice of Karnataka High Court 4 years back. He has passed a very serious kind of judgments about Bangalore Metro Rail Corporations. He told that these trees should not be cut. If you are cutting it, there should be a tree expert committee. I was a part of the tree expert committee is constituted by the High Court of Karnataka. So that's something which we are working on, that how to minimize the cutting of trees for all developmental works in Bangalore city. That because of Woka judgments which realize the government, no, we can't go ahead. Even though environmental clearance is not there, there are a tree expert committee, so many other clearances is required. He made the rules. Now he is in the Supreme Court. So that like that, there are so many kind of infrastructure projects were exempted, but it's something judiciary has helped government to do that. It's still another 3 speakers are there. These are some of my remarks stating that like environmental clearance is a government legal clearance. Okay, so many NGOs are tracing it. This document available in the website. You can download it. We can read it. You can educate people. Take some judicial advocate help, and we can file in the High Court or Supreme Court. Then we can stop the project. Even after clearance of environmental clearance, the files have been filed in NGT. So many environmental clearance cases after clearance by the state government, central government, now they are under scrutiny by NGT. So NGT is very strong. Of course, its dilution is happening. All of you are aware about it. But still, lot of things are happening in today's world. This judiciary is helping the government in taking lot of kind of process. That is an evolving process. Environmental clearance, forest clearance, wildlife clearance, all these kind of very, very important legal instruments. It is a legal things. So you all can give and focus on these issues and safeguard this country's environment. With these words, I thank Principal Sir and the other dignitaries in the dais and the college management for giving me an opportunity to come and share my thoughts on this all kind of legislation issues which are very, very important and need of the hour in today's world. Thank you very much.
Having Oregon and a strong economy. May I now request Professor Dr. Reddivari Revati Ma'am, former Professor, Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Tamil Nadu, to speak on the topic of right to a healthy environment, a critical study.
Very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. At the outset, I must be thankful to the organizers, particularly the management of Kilpar and JES. And my special thanks to Professor Kempegowda sir, who is an outstanding student turned outstanding principal of Vivekananda College, for giving me this opportunity. All the way we have come from Chennai, and I must be very thankful. And we used to meet in various academic meetings in different parts of the places. So missed a wonderful lecture in the morning presented by Professor Hegde. It was a wonderful, it is really a feast like environmental feast. And as my co-speaker already highlighted about the process, how to get environmental clearance and impact assessment and various legislations, how it has come into effect and all, I would like to focus as a law student. I would like to pay my attention only on the right to healthy environment. So we know very well that in India, we have a popular saying that if that gone were the days, the old saying, if your wealth is lost, something will be nothing will be lost. Your health is lost, only something will be lost, and character will be lost, everything will be lost. You know very well that. But nowadays, this phrase little we can change it into that health has become a priority area. If we lost your health, not only it is not something will be lost, it should be we can say that it is everything will be lost. So everything, health in the sense, no, it's not necessarily our physical health, mental health, everything. So therefore healthy environment is a vital and fundamental part of life, human life particularly. And this right is more pertinent. Why? Because it allows a person to grow physically not only, and even mentally, intellectually healthy. So therefore, this right now nowadays we talk much about health right. And if you take that there are no constitutional, we are all law students, you know that now all the rights conferred by the constitution, and one cannot, the state cannot take away, and these rights are getting violated, immediately one can seek the redressal. We can fight for, enforce our rights. Right, that is what, that itself is also a fundamental right, you know very well that. But if you take all the fundamental rights right from 14 to 32, there is no specific mention when the constitution was drafted right to health. But the constitutional framers, the intention of the constitutional framers was recognized by the judiciary from time to time, and particularly Maneka is a pioneering decision where right to life includes, it is not mere animal existence, it is something more than that. Right to live in wholesome environment. Right to health is an integral part of Article 21. So without having healthy environment, and if it is not there, we don't have any better health. So there is no meaning at all in conferring life. We cannot lead a better life. So it is not a life at all. So therefore, health right is recognized at one point of time, particularly after 80s, it has given much recognition for this by the constitutional courts from time to time. And we know that environmental issues nowadays we talk much about, and morning the speaker has shown that so many environmental issues. If you take those issues, no, and if these issues are not controlled, there will be no life at all. And this constitutional right, the mandate would be a futile effort. So therefore, what are the reasons for, what are the causative factors for these environmental issues, and how they are posing a threat to the major health hazards. All this, if you take into consideration, it was being addressed at international arena. Not only, it is not a matter of concern at India and at the international concern. And as earlier speakers all pointed out right from the morning, Sir Patil sir has also mentioned, and the previous speaker also mentioned, right from the Rio de Janeiro through Stockholm and even Brundtland report, that is a major contribution at international level. It was addressed, and these were emphasized much about this environmental intergenerational equity, public trust doctrines, more particularly the sustainable development. We are, now itself we are showing concern much about the health, right, but because of how it is getting polluted through environmental issues. Not only that, what about future generations? We are consuming all. The major reason is the misuse of natural resources. The misuse, imprudent use of and unjudicious use of this natural resources, reflecting in major health hazards, dangerous health hazards. And because of, as a result, what has, one is these two issues, misuse of natural resources, and the morning speaker has highly pointed out that imprudent disposal of waste management. This waste management, we are miserably failed in waste management, improper disposal of waste, including biomedical waste and e-waste. E-waste, and take for example, nowadays we all going for, in olden days, still we remember, not olden days, some decade back also, we are using some kind of lights in there. Now everyone, they are going for, it consumes lesser power, and then even more brightness will be there. All of us, we are going for LED lights. And if you take that Philips company lights, you see that coil, like it will have a very brightness in the room, so that we are using most of them, we are using those lights, and compared to the earlier bulbs, all of it. See, these, how to dispose this, how many of you have concern? All this, the first foremost one I would like to focus is, the topic itself is a very rightly chosen. What is that? Protection of human rights by environmental law. See, when you talk about human rights, why these human rights are violating? Very oftenly we are talking about violation of human rights in all walks of life, not necessarily from environmental angle, from every angle, all walks of life. Why it is? Because human rights, basically it is duty oriented. So everybody, they follow their own duty. Where is the question of violation of right? That question doesn't arise. We miserably failed to perform our duties and easily and conveniently throwing blame on the state and other stakeholders of this governance. Sorry. So these are things that are happening. First and foremost, we have to duty oriented. So now I can take the same example that bulbs, we are not properly disposing. At the most, if the bulb, once it is diffused. So what we are doing, normally, anyone can tell this bulb is diffused, what you will do? How to throw? That's what, throwing is inevitable, but how to throw? How you are throwing? Generally we are giving in waste collectors will come arranged by the corporation, and then we will throw it in different covers, and two different, we are biodegradable and non-degradable waste, two different waste we are giving it, and just we are throwing. How do they dispose it up? And morning our professor, he has pointed out that we have to hand it only to the manufacturers. At least manufacturers should identify some person, we have to hand over it to them. What will happen if they throw it in a dumping yard and the bulb will get, once it breaks, and then the mercury and everything, it will be there, it percolates into earth and that pollutes water abundantly. So that's, that polluted water we are consuming. How can we say something about, how can we speak about health rights? So we cannot, absolutely we cannot have, this is one example I have given. So we are where we are miserably failed to perform our duties. So therefore, as a result of this misuse of natural resources, there will be ecological crisis, and because of this ecological crisis resulting into global warming and acid rains, pollution, all natural resources like air, water and all, and of course loss of biodiversity, food adulteration, all this, junk food culture, how it is, that is, we are responsible for this, all this happening. And continuously, if you talk about constitutional mandates, particularly Article 21 and 48A, these are the constitutional mandates, and I already mentioned that it's a fundamental duty. It is a fundamental duty of everyone to protect the environment. We have to take our contribute our might to certain extent, at least little extent, so for the protection of environment. And as you said, these constitutional courts playing a crucial role from time to time for the development of environmental jurisprudence and in achieving the constitutional goals. And hygienic environment is an integral part of right to healthy life, and it is not possible to live with human dignity without human, and the right from the beginning of the Maneka decisions we are following that, and human right to have human and healthy environment. So therefore environment protection has now become a matter of grave concern, and it has become, it is how many years, a decade back, we are talking much about environment is very important, right to live in a wholesome environment is buzzword, but even today we are speaking about this only. And so MC Mehta and other pioneering heroes of this environmental protection who fought for this. And Supreme Court has recognized the right to clean environment as part of Article 21, as Virendra Gaur and State of Haryana, MC Mehta, so many cases, Kamal Nath case, and MC Mehta versus another, so many cases. A bunch of petitions were filed by MC Mehta, who is considered as champion of environmental concern. And where it was categorically from time to time the Supreme Court observed, we know very well that a right to live in a pollution-free environment is a part of fundamental right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution. And not only that, and this right to live in healthy environment uses human rights approach when we talk about to protect environment quality. It is not only the duty of the state and the individual to protect the quality of environment, and upon individual human beings also. And Subhash Kumar versus State of Bihar and so many other cases. The Supreme Court has emphasized the scope of Article Right to Life and 21 include right to a wholesome and clean environment, highlighting the correlation between quality of life and environmental conditions. So from time to time and very many occasions, the Supreme Court has emphasized showing concern on environmental issues for the promotion of and protection of environmental conditions. See, so the recent morning professor also, he has highlighted that the recent judgment, it's a landmark judgment, it's a really significant decision, I can say, by the Supreme Court recently in March 2024. Everyone, so all the law students, you have to go through the judgment it is Ranjit Sinha and others versus Union of India others versus. So where it is emphasized more on, it's a milestone judgment, I can say that. Right to healthy environment, safe from the ill effects of climate change. It was a fundamental human right. That was, it is again, it is protected under Article 21 and even as well as 14 also. And he has pointed out, he has shown that high tension wires and all. So the Supreme Court has emphasized in this particular judgment, no, a choice between two good causes. If there is a choice between one good cause and one bad cause, so it is very easy for us to take leaning towards the good cause. But if two good causes, how it is to be balanced. So wherein the Supreme Court in this Ranjit Sinha case, choice between two good causes, one is promotion of solar power generation and at the same time protection of endangered species. That's what Gibbard he mentioned in the morning. So this judgment really a wonderful decision how it is, it has being addressed on very many, based on very many issues. One is at international commitment to environment, for the protection of environment. So India also, like other countries, has joined with other developed nations, has shown concern and committed towards these environmental issues, how to combat the climate change, which is reflected in Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement, and basically these two conventions the court has relied on, taken into consideration, and it has emphasized more on how to reduce greenhouse emissions to promote renewable energy. This is one concern the court has relied on in this particular judgment, and right to healthy environment. And directly, earlier and all, we heard much about so many decisions given by the Supreme Court and other high courts, the so-called constitutional courts, in a piecemeal, like a right to live in healthy environment, right to have a potable water is integral part of Article 21, like. So in this particular judgment, directly, right to live in healthy environment is a fundamental right. It is an integral part of Article 21, and of course equality also, 14 also. And where the right to clean environment that comes within the ambit of 21 is threatened by climate change. So that's the reason why the court has having a serious note on this. And the Supreme Court recognized to healthy environment and right to be free from adverse effect of climate change as an integral part of Article 21, and everyone has right to healthy environment, and it is free from or against the adverse effects of climate change. So the importance of solar power as source of renewable energy, that's also taken into consideration, and promotion of solar energy is a crucial strategy towards to clear the fuels. So therefore, altogether we cannot impose ban on this high power installation of overhead transmission distributors, transmission lines. So that also need to be protected, but how it is to be balanced. Finally, the court has directed to appoint a committee to submit a report. I think it is by end of this month they are supposed to submit a report. With this, the court may take the concerned legislative body has to take appropriate action against this. So therefore, I would like to conclude my paper that so environmental issues, it is a serious matter of concern for both at state level, and even it is matter of serious concern for the people and individually also, both individually and collectively. So and so that it is to ensure that the development must be without bankrupting the natural resources to the future generations. Future generations also need to be kept in mind, and it is that's how that is the sustainable development, and we have to leave the environment even to for the future generations, and the states have an obligation to play a role as parents' patry to protect the environment and to safeguard and protect the environment, and also for this sustainable development. And so with this, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, one and all, sir.
Ma'am, I take this moment to invite Professor Dr. Raghunath Reddy sir, former Professor Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Tamil Nadu, and Professor Dr. M.K. Ramesh sir, former Professor NLSIU, Bengaluru, to take their seats on the dais. Somewhere out there is a tree tirelessly producing oxygen so we can breathe. I think we owe it an apology. I don't want to protect environment. I want to create a world where the environment doesn't need protection. I hereby invite Bhumika Gowda of 10th BLLB to present a brief profile of the speaker, Professor Dr. Raghunath Reddy sir.
I take immense pleasure to introduce our respected speaker, Professor Dr. Raghunath Reddy, former Professor, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai. He completed his ML specializing in constitutional and international law. He also secured MBA degree specializing in human resource management from Indira Gandhi National Open University. Sir has experience of 5 years as a lecturer in AC Law College, Gunturu, 15 years as Assistant and Associate Professor of Law in SK University, Anantapur. And Sir served as Professor, former Dean and Director, Tamil Nadu Ambedkar Law University for 15 years, Chennai. Sir is currently serving as HOD and Dean at Bharat Institute of Law, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. May I now call upon Professor Dr. Raghunath Reddy sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhumika. If people destroy something replaceable made by mankind, they are called vandals. If they destroy something irreplaceable made by God, they are called developers. By Joseph Hood Crouch. I hereby invite Shivarupani of 2nd Sem 3 years to present a brief profile of the speaker, Professor Dr. M.K. Ramesh sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce Professor Dr. M.K. Ramesh, a distinguished legal scholar and an esteemed educator whose contribution to the field of environmental law and human rights law are truly exemplary. Our speaker today holds an impressive academic background with a BSc, LLM and PhD from Mysore University. His area of expertise are international law, human rights law, environmental law with a special focus on natural resource management law. He served as a professor and also briefly a vice-chancellor at National Law School of India University for almost 3 decades. Our speaker's illustrious career includes roles such as Distinguished Juris Professor at HNLU Raipur, Advisor to the Chancellor at the Vidyashilp University, Member of the Board of Governors at BMS Law College, Bengaluru. He has chaired and also been a vital part of several high-level committees in association with Ministry of Environmental and the Ministry of Housing and the Urban Poverty Alleviation and the National Biodiversity Authority. With over 40 years of experience in the legal field, he has made a significant academic contribution, publishing 60 research articles and 5 books. He is also the founder, editor of the Indian Journal of Environmental Law. He has been representative at the International Environmental Law Academy in Ottawa and has been a key member of various ethics and research committees. As a senior Fulbright Fellow and an Environmental Law Fellow at the Environmental Law Institute in Washington, D.C., he has argumented environmental concerns globally and locally. Our speaker today, internationally engagement and extensive, he has been a visiting professor at the renowned institute worldwide like KTH, Stockholm, Law School of Zurich, Dalhousie Law School, Warwick Law School. Please join me in welcoming a true illuminary in the field of law, whose tireless efforts and collaboration across the global continue to shape our future in legal education and environmental policy across the world. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Shivrupani. Sooner or later, we will have to recognize that the earth has rights too, to live without pollution. What mankind must know is that human beings cannot live without Mother Earth, but the planet can live without humans. May I now request Professor Dr. Raghunath Reddy sir, former Professor, Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Tamil Nadu, to speak on the topic Environmental Impact on Renewable Energy Resources.
Professor Dr. C.S. Patil, the chairman of the session, Professor Dr. Ramesh, Professor Revati, the principal, Professor Dr. Kempagowda sir, and others. So it gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this one-day seminar, and but the topic is very huge, vast, and the morning, the inaugural address, and also the critical, this keynote address, after seeing so many environmentalists and Professor of Environment, Dr. Ramesh, the founder of National Law School and one journal, one separate cell for environmental studies. So, a human being cannot live without natural environment. As our people are saying, the Mother Earth, Mother Environment. There is a saying, the woman is nature, man is culture. So always it is the man who pollutes nature. Instead of enjoying the beauty of nature, we pollute, we destroy, we plunder the nature. So therefore, try to enjoy the beauty of nature as a human. Man means man is the culprit, means man means a human being. So let us enjoy the beauty of the environment. Friends, there are so many challenges on human-friendly environment. One such biggest challenge is the threats being posed by non-renewable energies, etc. So therefore, we have moved from non-renewable energy to renewable energy, particularly hydrogen as energy, green energies. We talk about everywhere now about the green energies, the sustainable energy. So energy use is indispensable to human life. Without a clean and green energy, a human being is always at risk. Just like a clean and green environment which is integral to human well-being, clean energies are also very important for human welfare. Renewable energy technologies helps climate change mitigation, energy security, and also have economic benefits. It comes from unlimited, naturally replenished resources such as sun, the tides and wind. They are all renewable energies. Solar power is one of the cleanest form of energy because it does not emit any greenhouse gases that weaken the ozone layer, contributing the global warming. So therefore, this solar power has no harmful byproducts also. But fossil fuels, nuclear fuels are non-renewable energies because it takes millions of years to create them. So therefore, our future is renewable energy. By 2024, it is sustainable energy. it is sustainable because its consumption by humankind always. The use of non-renewable energies will pollute environment, damage earth. Residual products are generally non-biodegradable. Warming of the climate system and increase in global temperatures are generally in the last 50 years is due to increase in anthropogenic greenhouse gas concentrations. Take for example, all our laws, environment, we talk about from Stockholm up to Rio de Janeiro, up to Paris Convention, Kyoto Protocol, like that. All these environmental laws, whether it is international or at the national level, they are all anthropocentric, including the decisions, judicial decisions are anthropocentric. They are not ecocentric. I can say, this is my personal view. They are not, all these decisions, laws are anthropocentric, not ecocentric. So therefore, currently the world is nowhere near a realistic path to globally decarbonize all energies by 2050. Empowered by the UN General Secretary, General Assembly, resolution, UN General Assembly resolutions on sustainable energy for all, the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon set out the global sustainable energy for all challenges for 2030. It is in this background the hydropower assumes significance. Hydropower is the largest modern renewable energy, particularly green hydrogen. Hydrogen energy, which is renewable, always is conducive for human beings. It emits no carbon dioxide. It is hydro energy used as alternative energy throughout the world. It is cost effective and environmental friendly. Green energy is produced with renewable energy and it is projected to grow rapidly in the coming years. Important synergies exist between hydrogen and renewable energy. So, therefore, what we need is, though we have Atomic Energy Act, Electricity, and thereafter so many amendments to Electricity Act, Atomic Energy Act, Energy Conservation Laws, there are so many laws, but still there is no comprehensive law. That need was also felt by the Supreme Court in the recent passed decision, Ranjit Singh versus Union of India. So my friends, energy law, what we require is a comprehensive energy law. The law of conservation of energy is, don't think that it is neither created nor destroyed. Only the energy is converted in one form to another. So therefore, energy law regulates the energy extraction, production and distribution. Energy law governs the use of and taxation of energy. So therefore, if we use energy, it is, don't think that it is destroyed. It is renewable always. It can be replenished always. It will not run out. So, ensuring universal access to affordable electricity by 2030 means investing in clean energy projects, sources such as solar, wind and thermal. Sustainable, and it is one of the sustainable developmental goals also, as per 7, to ensure access to affordable, sustainable, reliable and modern energy for everyone. Renewable energy is also called as sustainable energy. Hydrogen energy is cheaper, colorless, tasteless, odorless and non-toxic. India has been focusing on renewable energy developmental programs. India is exploring the use of green hydrogen in transportation. So some time back we were everywhere, traffic pollution, vehicular pollution like that. In Delhi, in all other places, CNG vehicles are there. Now we talk about the battery vehicles. So green hydrogen has a potential to play a crucial role in integrating renewable energy sources in the energy future. Green hydrogen production offers a sustainable alternative to conventional hydrogen production methods, which oftenly rely upon fossil fuels. So this renewable energy is energy from renewable natural resources. What are the renewable natural resources? Which are always replenished on a time scale. So it comes from a source that won't run out. They are natural. So replenishing usually have a low and zero carbon footprints. And the Supreme Court in the Ranjit Sinha versus Union of India has adopted a balanced approach between the conservation and the conservation and protection of the endangered species on the one hand, and also the climate change on the other. So this is a progressive judgment in a sense, which was delivered by the Supreme Court. The choice is between promotion of solar power generation on the one hand and protection of endangered species like the morning we had a slide, you know. The Supreme Court reiterated the promotion of solar energy as crucial step in the global transition towards clear fuels. So therefore, friends, as far as the protection of environment is concerned, I don't say that the entire burden responsibility lies on the government, nor on the parliament, nor on the judiciary. We have umpteen number of judicial decisions. We have, starting from MC Mehta, public spirited people, social action litigations, public interest litigations. The Supreme Court is inundated with so many litigations. Of course, I agree. It is for the protection of environmental, for the promotion of environmental justice. But the remedies lies not on the Supreme Court alone. The remedy lies on not on the law alone. Law alone cannot do anything as far as the environmental protection is concerned. We have so much of responsibility. We have great responsibility as the citizens of this country. It is our responsibility to protect our own environment. Otherwise, we cannot live. Temperatures have risen already. There are everywhere heat waves in North India, water problems. Temperatures have risen, sea level, water level has risen, global warming. So we can't live. So already, I don't say that some of the endangered species are on the brink of extinction. Even the humankind, even the human being is on the brink of extinction if you are going on using, polluting, plundering the natural environment. So therefore, there should be a movement, just like the movement led by public spirited people, by others, social action litigations. There should be a movement by the people to protect our own environment, to protect our own the Mother Earth. So we know Panchabhutas, how important the Panchabhutas are: air, water, heat. So therefore, without Panchabhutas, we cannot live. There will not be a future for the humankind. So with this, I stop, and I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Environmental justice is the movement to ensure that no community suffers disproportionate environmental burdens or goes without enjoying fair environmental benefits by Van Jones. May I now request Professor Dr. M.K. Ramesh, sir, former professor, NLSIU Bengaluru, to speak on the topic Environmental Justice and Human Rights.
Good afternoon to all of you. The chairman of the session, Professor C.S. Patil, my old colleague and an associate for a pretty long time, Professor Raghunath Reddy, the members of the Kilpar, Vivekananda Law College students, the members of the faculty here, many of you are my friends for more than 3-4 decades. Professor Kempegowda, my friend for I think almost 4 decades. It delights me to be here, and meeting students has always been a pleasure for a teacher. I cannot say the same about the students. I don't know whether they feel it the same way. And especially when the lunch is very close by, to listen to a lecture would be a very, very tough task. So I dispense with the lecture, which is for about an hour or so. You will have the PPT and you can go through it later. I will just be in conversation with you on the theme that is assigned to me now: environmental justice and human rights. What the connection between the two? We know about human rights, but what is this environmental justice? Well, if you closely examine, at the root of both environmental justice and human rights, there is equity. Equity brings both of them together. Non-discrimination, ensuring dignity, not in any way exercising any kind of a bias when it comes to the haves and have-nots. Well, these are the things around which the entire human rights jurisprudence is built. And there you talk of individual rights, collective rights, and intergenerational rights, and so on and so forth. You look to the environment, you have the same trajectory of development. There is absolutely no difference at all. The only point of not departure, the only point of wider import that is there for the environment is that it has the capability of subsuming human rights within it. So, you can as well very safely assert human rights is one of the manifestations of and a tool for realization of environmental justice. Not my words. This has come from the highest court of India, the Supreme Court of India. And you know what the highest court of law in India states? As students of law, you know, it is the law of the land. And even to this day, it has not been changed. You turn to any provision in the Constitution, you don't see anything like environmental justice or environmental right or anything like that. But the imaginative interpretation of the highest court of law in India has made it possible that it can get integrated with any of the fundamental rights that you cherish, any of the fundamental rights that are constitutionally guaranteed rights. This is an imaginative interpretation hailed the world over as a trailblazer for the evolution of jurisprudence on the subject. So, Indian highest court has not just rendered service to we Indians, but to the entire globe. And some of the ideas of this are to be found in the legal systems elsewhere. And I will refer to something that happened just last week in the entire European Union. A real stirring. And as students of law here, you must really take interest in this particular theme, that what we look at something as a strange thing as environmental justice is not something which is outside us. It is the other way around. We are within it, and that which circumscribes, overwhelms us, the environment that we know of, also is in need of justice. And it's only through law, through interpretation of law, through enterprising advocates like you, this environmental justice could be realized. But let's just try to conceptualize what is environmental justice. I have been speaking in abstract terms so far. At least we are very clear about human rights, but what is this environmental justice? To start with, the environmental justice was more of a human rights movement, a social movement. Although it was a misnomer to call it as environmental justice, but it was called as environmental justice movement. It started sometime around 1980s in one of the counties in California. It was an instance where it's called as the Love Canal case. Easy to remember, no? For young people, Love Canal case. No, they're savoring. They don't express it before very distinguished people like you, but they will enjoy it later. And I will have a conversation with them on that later if time permits. Well, it has nothing to do with love nor with canal, but it's an area. All that happened was the municipal council had a very lofty objective of finding a reasonable living space for the colored people, the black. In the United States, you call them as colored people. Most of them are laborers, agricultural laborers or industrial laborers. So they are one of those unfortunate ones in the society who are not in a position to live just like their brethren. And here the municipality came up with a grandiloquent plan that we will find housing for them. To cut a long story short, they were able to build houses for them, locate them. Quite a good number of colored people were housed there. But the real problem started a couple of years later, when each one of them, each of the households started developing health problems. And later it was discovered, I am accelerating the entire idea, it came to light that this housing colony was built on a waste site, on a filled waste site. All chemicals of the city were dumped there, a wasteland, and later a colony, a layout. Just like any of the layouts that you have. But you know, the environment in which you live is also get affected by the contamination that the soil endures, and the effect will be on you. The air you breathe, the water you consume, and they develop health problems. There began this environmental justice movement. It was one of the triggers. There were many other. I am just giving you one example. That it is an approach which is subaltern. The have-nots in the society, the poorer sections of society, they have the same kind of a right to breathe clean air, to drink potable water as the haves in the society have. This is the movement. And they called it as an environmental justice movement. A very narrow human rights approach. But you know very well that when it touches on human rights, it catches one's attention. And when once you know that there is discrimination in such an evolved society like United States, then the powers that be will be a little alert. And so corrective measures are going to be taken. But if you only talk about environment, conservation and protection, nobody would care. But if it touches upon your life, on your health, hygiene and things like that, we are very familiar with the COVID-19, and so I need not have to recall that to you as to how people reacted, at least for 2 years, and how people became more hygienically well groomed than they were earlier, and have forgotten it now. That's a different thing. But the point is that, and that's what environment keeps on telling us, that if you keep yourself clean and keep your environment clean, you have a good quality of life. And right to life, a fundamental right, invariably requires that quality of life for you, which is possible only when you have a clean environment. Well, the connection was drawn, and it became a huge movement over a period of time, bringing in so many changes in the way in which the municipal administration would function, the way in which the state agencies would act, the way in which the mindset of the people with regard to the poor or the rich, as far as the claims over nature, equal, equitable, without discrimination. That's the kind of development that you see in those 3-4 decades of the evolution of this environmental justice movement. It was a very narrow focus, but the same focus was put to greatest use by our courts of law. And I recall, just for your information, because I know that many of the environmental rights cases were discussed in the earlier session, and also as I was just walking in, I could hear a few of the cases about right to environment. I will not repeat any of them. I just refer to only one case. Way back in 1992, the Supreme Court came up with a landmark judgment, which even to this day is the law of the land, unchanged. I think in the last session you had something on EIA law, but much before that, and long time before what we could ever think about environmental justice, you do get it through the highest court of law in India. This is popularly known as the Sariska case, Tarun Bharat Sangh Alwar versus the state of Rajasthan, the 1992 Supreme Court judgment. I will not go into all the details of it. I will just only pick the principle and then place it before you. The principle is simply this. The court very cleverly made use of the Kautilya's Arthashastra and paraphrased it and applied it to environment. What did the court say? If your individual interest or right is affected, the state should take action. It has to be protected. But supposing your individual right comes in conflict with that of the family, the familial right will be superior to you. And if the familial right comes in conflict with that of the communitarian right, community right trumps the family right. And so on. The court goes on like that by using Kautilya's Arthashastra's strategy, and says that if the state interest gets affected by promoting communitarian interest, the state interest prevails over that. That's where Kautilya stopped. But the Supreme Court went a step ahead. If the environmental integrity is at stake, it is superior to the state interest. Please note this. Every policy maker in India, every lawmaker in India need have to note this. Unless the parliament thinks of changing the law on that, This still stands as the law of the land. The highest priority is being given to environmental integrity. And so now I draw the widest concept of environmental justice, that environmental justice is not just confined to human rights or promotion of human rights, which the court found it convenient and strategically useful to make use of as a tool, but much more than that, it is more to do with conservation, non-degradation, protection, not antithetical to development. That's what the previous speaker was saying, that without bankrupting the environment you can develop. That's what she said, if I use your words. And that's what precisely in 1992 a policy document prepared by Government of India said. The basic principles of conservation, environmental protection and development. This was done just on the heels of the second global summit on environment. It was called as the Summit on Environment and Development, 1992, Rio de Janeiro. It's a very path-breaking idea that was expressed, that development and environment are not antithetical to each other. If only you conserve and if you have resource, and if you have the resource available, you can put it to developmental requirements. But if you don't have the resource, where is the scope for development? And so, it's imperative, non-negotiable, that certain resources, the quintessential quality and their integrity need have to be protected, conserved, come what may. And what you use, to make use of the expression of one of those scholars who use this expression, that you can use only that ecological surplus, that which the nature gives you as a bounty, that you can use for all your developmental needs. And there is plenty on earth. There is plenty on earth to meet every conceivable developmental demand of us, without affecting the intrinsic value, worth and integrity of that environmental resource. What is this ecological surplus? It is just like the money deposited in the bank, you get interest out of it, that interest you use. You don't touch the corpus, because once you start exhausting the corpus, there will be nothing to fall back upon. The Mother Earth, the environment is something to fall back upon, and that's always there to support us. But if you just remove that support, where do you go? Gravitational pull, no, it takes you to the nebula. There is no human existence, there is no life on earth. Very easy to say, but very difficult to practice, because all along the people have been talking about environment. I think every 5th of June for photo ops and to get photos in the newspapers and the media, people go on talking about environmental concern, that they are environmentalists and things like that. But my simple request to each one is essentially to think inwards and then see how environment unfriendly we have been, and how we really reduce that kind of an impact on the environment, which is possible. Not just with modern technology, we can, by making use of the modern technology, we can, as in the climate negotiations, it has been established that we can switch over to different kind of technology, cleaner technology. It takes time, but you need have to get into that. No choice, because there is no future for humanity. So we are talking of intergenerational equity, a human right. The resources that are available is not something that we alone have an exclusive right over, but it is something that is shared with the generations to come. Look at that. There is equity here, intergenerational equity. Generations, across generations, there is equity here. Resources were there for the previous generation, and it has been there with us now, and we need to pass on this environment, performing the kind of functions it is performing the ecological services it's rendering to be available for the generation subsequent. That's the idea. And we are talking of human rights here, and that is environmental justice for you. But then how environmental justice could be realized? Well, there is a roadmap that has been laid down in my PPT. It has already been put together. I will just give you a small capsule of it. That first of the thing that you need to note, internationally recognized, is that you need to respect the rule of environmental law. Rule of law we know, rule of environmental law. Why do you make environmental regulations? You obviously make environmental regulations not to oppose any development, but to make development sustainable, but to make development environment friendly. And for that, these regulations, the pollution control, all these, respect them. Respect, comply, conform. I have a little bit of a difficulty with this cooler. Can it be lowered a bit? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? Okay, no problem. I cannot escape it then. Only thing is that I will be a nuisance for you when I cough. Somehow I am allergic to coolers and air conditioners. Anyway, let's live with it. The idea of accessing, securing and realizing environmental justice, the first step is to ensure that you respect rule of environmental law. The second one is to access environmental justice. You need institutional arrangements. You have the Legal Services Authority, you have the Lokayukta, you have these institutions and institutional arrangements at one level, and you have within the statutory frame the administrative agencies which also have an appellate function to perform. These institutions should be accessible for you to seek justice. Not just for yourself, but for the environment as well. It was almost unheard of till around 1970s and 80s when a great scholar, Oliver Stone, wrote a small article entitled, it's there in the American Journal of International Law, Do Trees Have Standing? As lawyers, you know what standing means. Standing is entitlement, a right to bring a legal action, standing to sue, isn't it? When do you get that? When you have a right. When you have a right which has been violated. And here is a kind of a metaphorical statement made by the author here. Do trees have standing? What do you mean? Trees stand. Once you cut it, it becomes a log of wood. So trees always stand. But he wants to mean that do trees have legal standing to seek and secure justice? People poo-pooed that idea when he came up with this particular idea. But then it was found that in the legal jurisprudence that we know of, one need not have a voice, one need not have the physical ability to go and approach the court of law and knock at the doors of justice, but there can be a next friend in the case of a minor, in the case of an invalid, in the case of someone who is a lunatic. There can be a next friend who can espouse his cause and bring in an action and secure the right for that person. Same thing is with regard to environment. But who are the ones who can hold the hand of environment, seek and secure justice? It's there in our constitution. You have the state and state agencies not as a just next friend, but as a public trustee. Please refer to Article 49A capital A. Please refer to Article 39, Clause B and Clause C. The state is ordained that there shall not be any discrimination in the accessing, securing benefits of any resource, and the economic system shall not be worked to the detriment of any section of society. And resources, material resources, that's the expression used in the Constitution, that material resource actually includes environmental resources. And you have the other directive principle, which actually says that the state is the primary duty to take care of, to maintain, to manage, and to improve the quality of environment. It's only a public trustee who can do that. The state and state agencies are public trustees. A trustee is reposed in them and they shall not betray it. In the Supreme Court, for well over 2 decades, this has been beautifully expressed. There is that Kamalnath case and the following cases after that, the public trust doctrine. And you also have the parent's patria position. In the position of a parent, in the position of the head, Mukhya, you will take care of all those who are under your dependence. And that's the duty which the state and state agencies owe. They don't own anything, because we the people of India own everything. Because environment and environmental resources are commons, common property resource. But there is a mechanism whereby these could be realized and these could be enjoyed, the benefits could be secured. We are beneficiaries, but there's one more thing. We have a fundamental duty. And what is that fundamental duty? The same duty that is cast on the state and state agencies. Article 51, capital A, small g. Please read that. I and you have the same duty, same responsibility of taking care, protecting, maintaining, managing, improving the quality, acting as eyes and ears of the administration to help them with any kind of a deviation, reporting about that, complaining about that, assisting them in their work and things like that, so as to conserve, protect and improve the quality of environment. So, the next friend is there in you, in the state and state agencies, to take care of the environment for a very selfish reason, for our own good. It's not just that the environment should be protected for environment's sake. It's for ours. Very anthropocentric. So, if you want to survive, if you want to lead a good quality of life, and if you want to ensure that your quality of life would continue uninterrupted for all times to come, you have no choice. You have no choice. And that is something which there is no compromise, that you have to take care of what? Environment. So environmental justice owes this. These are the limbs of the concept of environmental justice, very much rooted not just in human rights, it is rooted in humans. It is rooted in ethical code of conduct. There is some ethics in the way in which we live, how we live, and what quality of life we have, very closely related to environment. And that's exactly the reason why every human being should think that he is not apart from nature, but he is part of nature. Just last week, there has been a real paradigmatic shift in the way of thinking of the European Union. Last Monday, just 1 week back, the European Union came up with a new law, Nature Restoration Law. Do a bit of homework. Please read what is that about. Wonderful work. But there are very many inspirations for that. Nature Restoration Law. And even within the European Union, there is a churning. Of the 27 countries, very powerful nations were opposed to it. If you want to restore nature, what will happen to development? That's the kind of argument, always, the mainstream argument. And in the European Union, to make something as law, you need two things. One is 55% of the members should support the motion. And second, 2/3 of the European population are being represented in the voting. That means those many countries. So out of the 27, there was more than a dozen countries which are opposed to it. It was tabled in the year 2022. It passed muster now. 20 countries supported, all major countries. Netherlands is the only one which is opposing it. Belgium and Austria and a few others, they abstained from voting. They have made a new law. Now you are no longer thinking in terms of just pay some money and be done with it for any damage that you have caused to the environment. There has to be a proper assessment of it, and the compensation that you pay should be in proportion to the damage caused. Well, certain calculations are there, certain markers are involved in it, there are certain difficulties in it also. But don't think that this is a new thing. It happened in India. The Uttarakhand High Court, a few years back, in the Ganga and Yamuna pollution cases, came up with this idea that these rivers also are a legal entity. They have the right of their own, and they need to be conserved, protected, maintained, managed and improved. A basic obligation on the state and also those who are attempting to pollute it to refrain from any such activity. And should they do that, penal consequences should follow. That's the sum and substance of the High Court judgment there. So the jurisprudence in this is evolving now. Very long journey. It's not that easy to realize environmental justice. In fact, there is a very thought-provoking note to this European Union law prepared by Professor Sairam Bhatt, my colleague. I think people should read that. You will find there are so many problems as to how you are going to realize it, but it's possible. It's possible for you, me, and now here itself. And once again, the formula comes from India again. There was this conference of parties, the 25th, 26th and 27th, these three conference of parties. Only one stream of thought underlined this conference of parties on climate change. And that idea came from India. Mission Life. Capital L, small I, capital F, capital E. Mission Life. Lifestyle for environment. What does that convey? It simply conveys something about consumer choice. I and you are consumers of goods and services. When we make our choice, we make such a choice to ensure that the choices we make are environmentally benign, environment friendly. There is a magic here. Charity begins at home. You start from you. Consumer is a very powerful tool. I and you may not realize it now, but when once it becomes a kind of a movement of making such a kind of a choice. How British were thrown out of India, it is only through such a movement, Swadeshi movement. Quit India had its roots in Swadeshi. Same thing here can also happen. And that's what the Prime Minister of India gave to the world. This is amazing, I tell you. I tell you why. Because in international relations, as it is the case of domestic law, the greatest polluter, the greatest contaminant, and the one which is actually causing all harm to the environment is going scot-free. no law, no administration, no policy maker, no political leadership has been able to control, contain, regulate, limit their impacts, whatever the kind of laws that you have. This has been my experience in these 30 odd years of teaching environmental law. People may talk so many things, but when it comes to political will and administrative will, it is found wanting. And that's the case at the international level as well. Climate change arrangement has been a failure precisely for this, that the corporate entities were not brought to heels. They were not made accountable. We know the facts. Facts are staring before us, but still nothing is happening on that, precisely for the reason that governments and states do not really be able to take action firmly on those which, under the garb of development, cause destructive development. So what is the weapon now? The people's movement. And if people make up their mind that these are the choices that I make, you can start with the vegetables that you purchase in the market. Why go for the Australian apples? You have something that's available, grown at your background. More tastier, more organic, less chemical. Make choices like that. It can transform society. It can transform the way we think. It can transform the way in which the supplier, the trader, the dealer, the retailer, the wholesaler will have to come in line, because consumer demand has to be met by them. And without the consumer, people will be out of business. Well, solutions are simple but difficult to adapt. That depends on whether you prioritize environmental justice, and if that is so, we have no choice except this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We spend billions of dollars to find life on other planets and trillions of dollars killing the life on this one. If you really think the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count the money. May I now request the respected chairperson of this session, Professor Dr. C.S. Patil, Sir, Director Research, Kilpa, to share some of your thoughts with us.
See, no sharing of thoughts. When specialists speak, generalists should listen. I am really benefited by the three discourses that were presented here. I only congratulate Professor Dr. Reddivari Revati and Professor M.K. Ramesh, who is a doyen in the field of environmental law, and we are the beneficiaries of several workshops, conferences, training programs that were done in the National Law School of India University. So in a very simple manner, he has given us wonderful inputs and formulae. And Dr. Raghunath Reddy sir, it is a privilege to be on the stage with these three luminaries, experts in the field of law. I thank the Vivekananda Law College for bestowing this excellent opportunity upon me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Imagine if trees gave off Wi-Fi signals. We should be planting so many trees and we would probably save the planet too. Too bad they produce the oxygen we breathe. I hereby invite Saga Gowda of 6M BALLB to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, distinguished speakers, and dear participants. I take great honor and privilege to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of Janta Education Society's Vivekananda College of Law. We have had the opportunity to delve into some truly compelling and thought-provoking topics concerning our environment and the crucial roles we play in its protection and preservation. Firstly, I extend my deepest gratitude to our chairperson, Professor Dr. C.S. Patil Sir, Director, Research at KILPAR. Your guidance and expertise have greatly enriched today's session. Thank you very much, sir. I sincerely thank to Professor Dr. M.K. Ramesh sir for his thought-provoking lecture. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request felicitation to Professor Ramesh sir. Thank you, sir. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Raghunath Reddy sir for his enlightening discourse. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request felicitation to Raghunath Reddy sir. Thank you, sir. I sincerely thank Professor Dr. Reddivari Revati ma'am. Your exploration of the right to a healthy environment has profoundly illuminated the importance of recognizing this right as a fundamental aspect of human existence. Thank you very much, ma'am. May I now request felicitation to Reddivari Revati ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. I also thank Dr. B.C. Nagraj sir for his view on public participation in environmental impact assessment in India. Thank you, sir. I wholeheartedly thank our participants for their active engagement and making this program a successful one. Thank you, one and all.
This is the end of the session. After this, you are having the lunch break. Lunch will be being served in the parking. And after lunch, the offline presentations will be in the auditorium only. So those who are presenting papers offline, please be present in the auditorium by 2:30 sharp. The presentation will start by 2:30. Thank you.
Wrote a small article entitled, it's there in the American Journal of International Law, Do Trees Have Standing? As lawyers, you know what standing means. Standing is entitlement, a right to bring a legal action. Standing to sue, isn't it? When do you get that? When you have a right. When you have a right which has been violated. And here is a kind of a metaphorical statement made by the author here. Do trees have standing? What do you mean? Trees stand. Once you cut it, it becomes a log of wood. So trees always stand. But he wants to mean that do trees have legal standing to seek and secure justice? People poo-pooed that idea when he came up with this particular idea. But then it was found that in the legal jurisprudence that we know of, one need not have a voice, one need not have the physical ability to go and approach the court of law and knock at the doors of justice, but there can be a next friend in the case of a minor, in the case of an invalid, in the case of someone who is a lunatic. There can be a next friend who can espouse his cause and bring in an action and secure the right for that person. Same thing is with regard to environment. But who are the ones who can hold the hand of environment, seek and secure justice? It's there in our constitution. You have the state and state agencies not as a just next friend, but as a public trustee. Please refer to Article 49A, capital A. Please refer to Article 39, Clause B and Clause C. The state is ordained that there shall not be any discrimination in the accessing, securing benefits of any resource, and the economic system shall not be worked to the detriment of any section of society. And resources, material resources, that's the expression used in the Constitution, that material resource actually includes environmental resources. And you have the other directive principle, which actually says that the state has the primary duty to take care of, to maintain, to manage, and to improve the quality of environment. It's only a public trustee who can do that. The state and state agencies are public trustees. A trustee is reposed in them and they shall not betray it. In the Supreme Court, for well over 2 decades, this has been beautifully expressed. There is that Kamalnath case and the following cases after that, the public trust doctrine. And you also have the parents patria position. In the position of a parent, in the position of the head, mukhya, you will take care of all those who are under your dependence. And that's the duty which the state and state agencies owe. They don't own anything, because we the people of India own everything. Because environment and environmental resources are commons, common property resource. But there is a mechanism whereby these could be realized and these could be enjoyed, the benefits could be secured. We are beneficiaries, but there's one more thing. We have a fundamental duty. And what is that fundamental duty? The same duty that is cast on the state and state agencies. Article 51, capital A, small g. Please read that. I and you have the same duty, same responsibility of taking care, protecting, maintaining, managing, improving the quality, acting as eyes and ears of the administration to help them with any kind of a deviation, reporting about that, complaining about that, assisting them in their work and things like that, so as to conserve, protect and improve the quality of environment. So, the next friend is there in you, in the state and state agencies, to take care of the environment for a very selfish reason, for our own good. It's not just that the environment should be protected for environment's sake. It's for ours. Very anthropocentric. So, if you want to survive, if you want to lead a good quality of life, and if you want to ensure that your quality of life would continue uninterrupted for all times to come, you have no choice. You have no choice. And that is something which there is no compromise, that you have to take care of. What? Environment. So environmental justice owes this. These are the limbs of the concept of environmental justice, very much rooted not just in human rights, it is rooted in humans. It is rooted in ethical code of conduct. There is some ethics in the way in which we live, how we live, and what quality of life we have, very closely related to environment. And that's exactly the reason why every human being should think that he is not apart from nature, but he is part of nature. Just last week, there has been a real paradigmatic shift in the way of thinking of the European Union. Last Monday, just 1 week back, the European Union came up with a new law, Nature Restoration Law. Do a bit of homework. Please read what is that about. Wonderful work. But there are very many inspirations for that. Nature Restoration Law. And even within the European Union, there is a churning. Of the 27 countries, very powerful nations were opposed to it. If you want to restore nature, what will happen to development? That's the kind of argument, always, the mainstream argument. And in the European Union, to make something as law, you need two things. One is 55% of the members should support the motion. And second, 2/3 of the European population are being represented in the voting. That means those many countries. So out of the 27, there was more than a dozen countries which were opposed to it. It was tabled in the year 2022. It passed muster now. 20 countries supported, all major countries. Netherlands is the only one which is opposing it. Belgium and Austria and a few others, they abstained from voting. They have made a new law. Now you are no longer thinking in terms of just pay some money and be done with it for any damage that you have caused to the environment. There has to be a proper assessment of it, and the compensation that you pay should be in proportion to the damage caused. Well, certain calculations are there, certain markers are evolved in it, there are certain difficulties in it also. But don't think that this is a new thing. It happened in India. The Uttarakhand High Court, a few years back, in the Ganga and Yamuna pollution cases, came up with this idea that these rivers also are a legal entity. They have the right of their own, and they need to be conserved, protected, maintained, managed and improved. A basic obligation on the state and also those who are attempting to pollute it to refrain from any such activity. And should they do that, penal consequences should follow. That's the sum and substance of the High Court judgment there. So the jurisprudence in this is evolving now. Very long journey. It's not that easy to realize environmental justice. In fact, there is a very thought-provoking note to this European Union law prepared by Professor Sairam Bhatt, my colleague. I think people should read that. You will find there are so many problems as to how you are going to realize it, but it's possible. It's possible for you, me, and now here itself. And once again, the formula comes from India again. There was this conference of parties, the 25th, 26th and 27th, these three conference of parties. Only one stream of thought underlined this conference of parties on climate change. And that idea came from India. Mission Life. Capital L, small I, capital F, capital E. Mission Life. Lifestyle for environment. What does that convey? It simply conveys something about consumer choice. I and you are consumers of goods and services. When we make our choice, we make such a choice to ensure that the choices we make are environmentally benign, environment friendly. There is a magic here. Charity begins at home. You start from you. Consumer is a very powerful tool. I and you may not realize it now, but when once it becomes a kind of a movement of making such a kind of a choice. How British were thrown out of India, it is only through such a movement, Swadeshi movement. Quit India had its roots in Swadeshi. Same thing here can also happen. And that's what the Prime Minister of India gave to the world. This is amazing, I tell you. I tell you why. Because in international relations, as it is the case of domestic law, the greatest polluter, the greatest contaminant, and the one which is actually causing all harm to the environment is going scot-free. No law, no administration, no policy maker, no political leadership has been able to control, contain, regulate, limit their impacts, whatever the kind of laws that you have. This has been my experience in these 30 odd years of teaching environmental law. People may talk so many things, but when it comes to political will and administrative will, it is found wanting. And that's the case at the international level as well. Climate change arrangement has been a failure precisely for this, that the corporate entities were not brought to heels. They were not made accountable. We know the facts. Facts are staring before us, but still nothing is happening on that, precisely for the reason that governments and states do not really be able to take action firmly on those which, under the garb of development, cause destructive development. So what is the weapon now? The people's movement. And if people make up their mind that these are the choices that I make, you can start with the vegetables that you purchase in the market. Why go for the Australian apples? You have something that's available, grown at your background. More tastier, more organic, less chemical. Make choices like that. It can transform society. It can transform the way we think. It can transform the way in which the supplier, the trader, the dealer, the retailer, the wholesaler will have to come in line, because consumer demand has to be met by them. And without the consumer, people will be out of business. Well, solutions are simple but difficult to adapt. That depends on whether you prioritize environmental justice, and if that is so, we have no choice except this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We spend billions of dollars to find life on other planets and trillions of dollars killing the life on this one. If you really think the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count the money. May I now request the respected chairperson of this session, Professor Dr. C.S. Patil, Sir, Director Research, Kilpa, to share some of your thoughts with us.
See, no sharing of thoughts. When specialists speak, generalists should listen. I am really benefited by the three discourses that were presented here. I only congratulate Professor Dr. Reddivari Revati and Professor M.K. Ramesh, who is a doyen in the field of environmental law, and we are the beneficiaries of several workshops, conferences, training programs that were done in the National Law School of India University. So in a very simple manner, he has given us wonderful inputs and formulae. And Dr. Raghunath Reddy sir, it is a privilege to be on the stage with these three luminaries, experts in the field of law. I thank the Vivekananda Law College for bestowing this excellent opportunity upon me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Imagine if trees gave off Wi-Fi signals. We should be planting so many trees and we would probably save the planet too. Too bad they produce the oxygen we breathe. I hereby invite Saga Gowda of 6M BALLB to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, distinguished speakers, and dear participants. I take great honor and privilege to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of Janta Education Society's Vivekananda College of Law. We have had the opportunity to delve into some truly compelling and thought-provoking topics concerning our environment and the crucial roles we play in its protection and preservation. Firstly, I extend my deepest gratitude to our chairperson, Professor Dr. C.S. Patil, Sir, Director, Research at Kilpar. Your guidance and expertise have greatly enriched today's session. Thank you very much, sir. I sincerely thank to Professor Dr. M.K. Ramesh sir for his thought-provoking lecture. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request felicitation to Professor Ramesh sir. Thank you, sir. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Raghunath Reddy sir for his enlightening discourse. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request felicitation to Raghunath Reddy sir. Thank you, sir. I sincerely thank Professor Dr. Reddivari Revati ma'am. Your exploration of the right to a healthy environment has profoundly illuminated the importance of recognizing this right as a fundamental aspect of human existence. Thank you very much, ma'am. May I now request felicitation to Reddivari Revati ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. I also thank Dr. B.C. Nagraj sir for his view on public participation in environmental impact assessment in India. Thank you, sir. I wholeheartedly thank our participants for their active engagement and making this program a successful one. Thank you, one and all.
This is the end of the session. After this, you are having the lunch break. Lunch will be being served in the parking. And after lunch, the offline presentations will be in the auditorium only. So those who are presenting papers offline, please be present in the auditorium by 2:30 sharp. The presentation will start by 2:30. Thank you. It seems to me like Mother Nature's mercy and forgiveness have run dry as we ceaselessly abuse her and take her for granted in order for us to continue our addiction to using fossil fuels. I've got to say, I don't blame her, not one bit, by Gloria Rubin. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I take this privilege to warmly welcome Professor Dr. Revaya Odair Sir, Research Head Kilpa, respected principal, faculty members, delegates from various colleges, ladies and gentlemen. Paper presentations are gateways to intellectual sharing and growth. It is an opportunity to carefully communicate ideas akin to the strategic preparation required for a race. These presentations in national seminars reach beyond borders, connecting participants with a diverse audience of scholars and professionals, fostering global connections, contributing to the vibrant tapestry of academic exploration. It is now time for the paper presentation. I request everyone to finish the presentations within 5 minutes. The first presenter will be Subhadip Sarkar.
The topic for my paper is about electric vehicles. Now we all know about electric vehicles in terms of their zero emission, etc. But what I want to cover are two different aspects today. Number one is electric vehicles really absolutely environment friendly, and number two, whether the statutes and regulations and all the policies that we have in India, are they aligned to the overall life cycle of an electric vehicle? Those are the two questions that is briefly answered in my paper. Now the first slide that I had is a little bit of a background. Now obviously this is not very clear, there is a glare, but I'll explain to you. It just says that the market for India of electric vehicles has extremely boomed up with a 30% increase year on year. Now which is all very good, but again coming to some of the other deeper points, let's go to the next slide. Shashi, next. This also gives a global landscape about India. I'm going to quickly rush through some of these slides given that there is only 5 minutes. If you see the red is where India is, where the growth is higher than many countries, if not better. Let's go to the next one. Advantages of electric vehicles, I think we all know. It's zero tailpipe emission, low maintenance, and all the other advantages of electric vehicle. Let's move on. This I will not cover much, but it is just for curiosity. If people want to read the paper, it clearly differentiates between the electric vehicle working versus the normal vehicle. I'll skip this part. And this is grid optimization, meaning that if I have an electric vehicle, how do I charge that in my home versus how, if I'm going from here to Mysore or a longer distance, how do I get charged through this model? Now, all these models, please understand, is not entirely environment friendly, because if I have to get transmission lines, I have to chop off trees, I have to destroy environment, I have to make towers, and those are actually having negative impact on the environment. This is not very clear, but the essence of this slide is that it says that from now till 2050, if I take electric emission, what are some of the components that will decrease and some of the components that will increase? Now, one aspect is depletion of natural resources. Now, this is extremely important because in an electric vehicle, the natural resources gets deployed. Now, why the natural resources gets deployed in electric vehicle is that if you know the batteries, they are made out of many minerals and metals, including nickel, manganese, cobalt. These are some of the metals that are used to make the batteries. How do I get those metals? I do mining. I deforest my forest to create that space to do mining. All of these are not environment friendly. So what happens essentially in electric vehicle is the emission, the tailpipe emission may be zero, but if I look at the entire life cycle, it is not zero. Next. This again is, I hope that this was little bit clearer, because this gave, one is what we use now, petrol or diesel, the combustion engine. Now, except that small, see that you have a red 24 and 32, which is the emission. Emission is zero for electric, the first one. But if you look at the red, if you look at the green, these are the life cycles. Life cycles includes manufacturing of or extracting metals for battery, manufacturing of the car, manufacturing of the batteries. This generates emission, lot of emissions. So therefore, if you look at it, the better aspect of electric vehicle comes only on the tailpipe emission and maybe the maintenance, etc. But overall, the difference is not really substantial. I'm not advocating that electric vehicles are bad, but now comes the next question on the statutory and regulatory framework. If you look at some of the key policy initiatives of India, one is what they call as FAME, which is the faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles. When Government of India came with this policy change, the idea was to how do I motivate manufacturers to manufacture electric vehicles, can I give them incentives, and can I get the benefit for the users? That FAME has evolved over time, FAME 1 and 2, but what has happened is, from a policy perspective, the misalignment between central policy and state policy still exists today. This is not aligned. So this is one area which needs to be looked at. If I look at the general principles of environmental law, I think we all have studied this, we know this. The only issue is, while these are the basic principles that needs to be followed for all the statutes and regulatory framework that we develop, but are we really generating sustainable development? If you look at IKEA today, I'll give you an example. IKEA, for every tree that they cut, they have promised to the government that they will plant 3 trees. Now, is it sustainable development? Because they cut a tree which is 30 years old, they plant a tree which takes 20 years to grow. That is not sustainable development. So therefore, when you look at the entire electric life cycle, it has to have that sustainable development. If you look at some of the changes that government has made on some of these, statutes keeping electric vehicles in mind, obviously the Motor Vehicles Act, the Electricity Act, the Central Electricity Authority, building bylaws which are changed, and the Central Motor Vehicles. But they have really not changed the entirety, all the changes that are required. There are specific changes which are brought into at the moment, but there is a lot that needs to be done. Therefore, finally, my suggestion, this is my final slide, what I am proposing is that we need to have a comprehensive consolidated framework for the regulatory, for managing the statutory and regulatory framework for electric vehicles, which should comprise the statutes, the regulations, the enforcements, and the policies and think tanks. All of these four should talk to each other, which currently is not there. Changing a statute in silo will not help. It has to be connected. Why? Because we should not look electric vehicle as in isolation as to that it is zero emission. We should look at the entire manufacturing life cycle, change all the policies that I had mentioned here, and then link it up to the overall framework. So that is the overall submission that I have. Thank you.
The next presenter is Varun Raj of 6M 3S.
Good afternoon everyone, myself Varun Raj and I am from Vidyavardhaka Law College, Mysore, pursuing third year 3 years LLB. And the topic of the paper is a critical analysis on a right to clean environment in India. So basically the concept of environment, which means it is a combination of biotic and abiotic components, in which it includes biosphere, lithosphere, hydrosphere and atmosphere. Further moving on, there are international and national efforts from the past 6 decades for identification of the rights of clean environment. But this is the biggest blunder, because we, the human beings, is a part of environment. But we are recognizing the right in behalf of the law for protecting the environment itself. This concept, which differentiates the environment, is different from human and human is different from environment. The concept is human is also part of environment and he have to preserve and protect the environment. So next, moving on to the two of the statistics, that is Air Quality Life Index 2021, India have been ranked 2nd place, and further moving on, World Air Quality Report 2023, which have been made top 3rd place, but this is not acceptable in Indian environmental legislations. Further moving on, there have been made of international conferences. They have been made. The first that I will be making reference with, Stockholm Conference of 1972, in which it stated that only one Earth, and it can be considered as a Magna Carta of human environment. And secondly, Brundtland Commission of 1983, in which it emphasized the sustainable development importance. And further moving on, the Rio Summit 1992, in which a common future, they have been stating that Earth Summit. Further moving on, I would be referring with constitutional provisions in which they have been recognized the rights. So firstly, it is a preamble, that in preamble we will be stating that we, the people of India, that everyone is entitled to climb the environment. But as we recognize the principles of sovereignty, socialist and democratic, we have given the authority to state, and it is the sole responsibility of the state to protect, and moreover it is also the responsibility of the individual to protect the environment and to maintain the sustainable development whatever they are using. Further moving on, the part 3, in which it identifies about Article 14, 19(1)A, 19(1)G and 21, especially 21, in which it identifies the right to clean environment. And further, the Supreme Court and the Apex Court of the India, which have been given identified, that is Article 32 and Article 226, we can approach the judicial system for claiming the rights of environment. And further moving on, it is on 42nd environment, they are recognized under Article 48A and 51AG, in which it is a fundamental duty of every citizen to preserve the environment. Further moving on, it is the obligation on state in accordance with the article of 51C and 253 of the Constitution of India. And we have given the power to states in accordance with article 246 for making the laws and enacting the legislations in accordance with the list that have been given in the 7th schedule of the Constitution. Further moving on, I would be identifying some of the legal principles in which judiciary have been playing its activism, that is intergenerational principles, in which this generation should be making utilization of the resources, and it have to preserve for the future generations too. In the case of G. Sundararajan versus Union of India, it stated that it is not a human-centric, but it should be eco-centric, in which environment is the basic requirement, but not the human beings. Further moving on in the principle of polluter pay principle, in which Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum versus Union of India, it stated that the polluter is liable for the payment of the pollution. And further moving on to the principle of precautionary principle, the statement which is prevention is better than the cure. So further, in the case of the public trust doctrine, in which it states that it is the obligation of the state in which we have been trusted to the state to protect the environment. And I have been focused about in my paper I have been focused about sustainable development, in which we have to meet the present need with preserving the future generations and resources which is available in the environment. Next. Further moving on, I have been identifying some of the problems in my paper, that firstly, there are no specific laws rather than these legally identified principles, and even though if there is any specific law, the penalty which have been imposed is very less, so that they will not comply with the provisions, but they are ready to pay the penalty rather than they are complying with the provisions of the statutes. Further moving on, there is a lack of awareness. For example, Indian population stands with 140 plus crores. Once we have to think that only one person in their birthdays or any special occasion, if they plant only one plant nearby their home itself, this is a concept that is the forest ecosystem is not separate and the human ecosystem is not separate. This is a concept in which we can plant a tree in front of our house only, because we are consuming the oxygen, and it is not the only forest will be producing oxygen at some other place, and we will be living in some other place. It is a combination of biotic and abiotic, and a combination of environment and human. So that is the suggestions that have been made in this. The suggestion that will be playing a very important role, that is RRR, that is reduce the use of plastic and reuse, and we have to recycle some of the materials to reduce the environmental pollutions, and we have to effectively manage the waste management. And further, the community participation is very important to bring the problem of environmental pollutions. With these, some of the recommendations, I would conclude my paper. Thank you. Thank you all for giving this opportunity.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Subhash Gautam. I hope you all had a good lunch. I enjoyed lunch. It was a good, wholesome South Indian meal. I always try not to miss this opportunity. And there's a reason for why I'm talking about lunch. For those who have a habit of enjoying siesta post-lunch, today is not the day. We have been scared to the core. Since morning, I've been hearing all sorts of things. I think we are all scared beyond our capacities. Firstly, we heard about global warming, then global heating, and also global boiling. And the present speaker is no different. I think I'm going to scare you even more. Let me try. My topic today is international perspective of environmental law. We know John Austin says law is the command of sovereign, and it is backed by a sanction. By sovereign we mean people in authority. And since morning we heard all the speakers say that people in authority are not interested more about environment or environmental laws. And that is the very reason for why we are in this kind of a situation today. And most importantly, I would like to mention about two of the aspects. While the municipal laws themselves are not so very strong, think about the plight of the international laws. International law is already a weak law. And over there, environmental law is furthermore weak, is what I think. The most important things I want to speak today are the energy sources. The first energy source that we extensively use today is the oil and natural gas. The second one is the nuclear power. The oil and natural, I'm not talking about how we are going to make and all that. I'm more worried about the sources. See, we dig oil wells across the globe. We have so many as of today. We have offshore oil wells, onshore oil wells. Offshore are the ones which are on the seabed. The onshore oil wells are the ones which are on land, on the surface. The point of contention today is most of these oil wells are abandoned. If you talk about the statistics of United States alone, there are around 3.1 million oil wells in the United States, out of which 2.1 million are abandoned. They're unplugged and abandoned. Once they're abandoned, they're just left open. They're so hazardous. They emit methane, they emit benzene, and also hydrogen sulfate. These are all very dangerous gases for humans' existence and survival, I can say. So we are ignoring all these aspects. And when we talk about the offshore oil wells, they spill out oils, which is again very dangerous to sea life. And of course, we are also impacted by that, right? And what we see is there are no laws to govern these mishaps, basically. The very first time in our history, an international convention which spoke about decommissioning the oil wells, that too only about offshore oil wells, was Geneva Convention on Continental Shelf. Kalpana ma'am, you taught us public international law so well. If I followed you correctly, I would like to say that the agenda in Geneva Convention of 1958 was not with regards to environmental protection. It was more of a political and economic narrative. Yeah, we did not think about environmental protection that much. And the second thing I heard is the contribution of International Maritime Association. Even this association hasn't done much with regards to decommissioning. They give very clear guidelines. They are very funny. I would like to quote one of those here. Okay. The general principle is that all the disused installations are required to be removed. Installations in water depths of less than 75 meters or 100 meters after 1st January 1998. And those weighing only less than 4,000 tons should be removed unless not technically feasible, involving extreme cost, constituting unacceptable risk to personnel or maritime environment. These are the things given. Let me talk about the technical feasibility first. No oil well is technically feasible to decommission. It's not easy at all. And the cost involved is extremely high. An onshore oil well to be decommissioned, it costs around $3 million. Okay? And an offshore oil well will cost around $10 million each to decommission. This was the statistics we found when the UK government thought about decommissioning all their 2,100 oil wells in North Sea. It's around the Edinburgh area. When they tried that, okay, the cost estimate was 9.8 million per oil well. It is quite expensive. Looking at the economic crisis we have as on today, I don't think any government will even think about decommissioning the oil wells. And let me tell you, in the international community, people are largely silent about this. This is a major hazard, and many people across the globe don't even know about the hazards posed by this. And there are countries, okay, with great examples which have literally gotten fully polluted. I can give an example of Nigeria. Sorry, I did not cover about the nuclear power. That's even, again, extremely hazardous. Nobody is even thinking about decommissioning the nuclear reactors. There are more than 700 nuclear reactors which are dysfunctional, and nobody is even thinking about decommissioning them. These are extremely dangerous ones. Nobody is even addressing, no paper is quoting this. This needs to be addressed. I don't think only God should help us. Thank you.
The next presenter is Ananya MH of 6M BLLB from VV Pura Law College.
Good afternoon to the dignitaries of the dais and respected audiences. Environmental protection is not an obligation, but rather environment is a life in itself. I, the co-author, would be presenting on the topic, the conundrum of notion of precautionary principle vis-a-vis a sustainable development in India. Precautionary principle is a better safe than a sorry approach, in contrast to the traditional reactive wait and see approach to the environmental protection. When there is uncertainty regarding an activity that is impacting in a very harmful way, this precautionary principle advocates to anticipate and avoid such harm. Now, this principle is one of the most contentious principle in contemporary international legal developments. Article 3 of UN Framework Convention of Climate Change is one such in the international agreements that contain precautionary principles, making it one of the most popular legal concepts in international environmental law today. This principle underlies sustainable development, which requires the development activity must be stopped and prevented if it causes serious and irreversible harm to the environment. The emergence of this precautionary principle makes a shift in the international environmental jurisprudence, a shift from assimilative capacity principle to the precautionary principle. Seeing the origin of this principle, it has its beginnings in the German principle of Warsaw, and under the contemporary public policy, it has been traced back to 1950s under the name of Safe Minimum Standards of Conservation. Then in 1970s, Germans became probably the first country to provide for precautionary approach in its legislation and in its policies. Outlining the precautionary principle in Indian perspective, in India, there are a lot of ecological protocols, but environmental regulations such as Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974, Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981, and Environmental Protection Act 1986 are aimed at cleaning up the pollution and controlling the amount of pollution that it is releasing in the environment. Indian Constitution envisages specific provisions for the protection and improvement of the environment today. As such, in Article 48A, which specially deals with environmental protection and its improvement, and in Article 51, Clause AG, casts a duty on the citizens of the country to the protection of the environment. Seeing the precautionary principle and its judicial application in India, the Constitution mandates of environmental jurisprudence the role played by the Supreme Court in using the constitutional provisions, especially in Article 21, in order to provide environmental related justice is evaluated. And Article 253 of the Constitution of India indicates the procedure on how decisions are made at international conventions. The Air Act and the Environmental Protection Act are the result of such an exercise. Now, seeing the apex code of the country and its laws regarding the protection of the environment, in the case of Vellore Citizen Welfare Forum versus Union of India, the doctrine of sustainable development was implemented for the first time by the Supreme Court. The court held that the precautionary principle and the polluter pays principle are a part of environmental law in India. The court also further held that remediation of the damaged environment is a part and process of the sustainable development, and as such, polluter is liable to pay the cost to the individual sufferers as well as the cost for reversing the damage that has been caused. In AP Control Pollution Board versus MV Naidu, the court held that it is better to go wrong in taking our caution and prevent the environmental harm rather than waiting for the issue to materialize into an irreversible problem. Conclusively, on an overall analysis that has been made, the image of precautionary principles come through as in tough survivors against many odds, yet it is being spared from the question about its very relevance to the sustainable development. As such, it is paving the way for sustainable development in the country as well as the international platform. Thank you.
Narayan Swamy, Assistant Professor, Vidyodaya Law College, Tumkur.
Respected Chairperson, Professor Dr. C.S. Patil ji, the judges of this session, and dignitaries on this session. Here, today's seminar, which is relating to two aspects. One is human rights aspect and one more is environmental aspect. Before that, let us see what is the concept of human rights. The human rights, which are nothing but which are universal, which are interrelated rights, which are inalienable rights, which are interrelated and interconnected one to another. Based on this, every human being who is entitled to exercise the same rights universally. So at very first and foremost, universally or globally, human rights have been recognized after the establishment of the UNO, where in 1945. Prior to that, human rights which were protected in the name of values, ethics, etiquettes, here morals and like this. But subsequently, after the establishment of the UNO, at very first, where in 1948, the UNO adopted the UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where in 1948, accordingly, because of it was mere declaration here. And subsequently, because of when we observe the UDHR, where there is no provision to protect the environment. There is the provision to protect right to life, right to health, right to standard of life. Subsequently, where in 1966, ICCPR, International Covenant on Economic, Socio-Cultural Rights, which were adopted by the General Assembly, based on that to enforce and ensure economic, civil and political rights only. Even when we observe where there is no scope at all to protect the environment, there is the place only for right to life, right to health, and right to maintain the standard and dignity way of life. Subsequently, in the absence of these two also, where in 1966 another International Covenant on Economic, Socio-Cultural Rights, it was adopted by the General Assembly because of to ensure and enjoy the economic, socio-cultural rights by the individuals across the globe. Even when we observe this, here there is no scope at all regarding to protect the environment here due to enjoy the right to life, right to health and dignity and standard way of life. Based on this, when we observe what about here, initially there was no place at all to protect the environment. So that the UNO, it was decided to frame a separate international declarations and conventions. That's why, where 1972 Stockholm Declaration, it was the Magna Carta for the ensuring and accessibility of environment protection, where in 1972 Stockholm Declaration, which was prepared, nearly 26 principles. Accordingly, it is the obligation of the state parties to enforce the measures, to take measures as per the Stockholm Declarations. Subsequently, when we observe where 1992 Rio Declaration, where there are 26 principles are there, accordingly, it is the obligation of the state parties to enforce and ensure the principles which are enshrined where in this here Rio Declaration. But the difference between Rio Declaration and Stockholm Declaration, the Rio Declaration, it was focused on sustainable development. But now, after that, a number of international conventions, declarations, protocols, or Kyoto, or sustainable development goals, 17 principles are there, so that it is every member state's obligation to ensure and to take measures where the national levels. But the difficulty is, different member states, they have different problems. Suppose, for example, financial problems. What about here, extreme overpopulation is there, and there, what about here, lack of natural resources, some countries, wherein the states have more or less failed to protect the environment. Because of whenever right to environment, it is related with the human rights. Because of human rights which are interconnected, interrelated. So without the realization of environment, here there is no question of successfully maintaining the dignity of human life. Successfully, what about here? Maintaining and enjoying right to health and right to life. So in that aspect, it is the obligation of the member states to ensure and to take measures here appropriately. Coming to this, because of my topic is here a legal framework to protect the right to environment as a human right with reference to the India. So in that aspect, these type of international provisions are there. Coming to India, based on the Stockholm Declaration, the government of India, it was brought 42nd Amendment where 1976 here to bring here this Article 48A and 51AG, these two here articles which were inserted to the Indian Constitution by bringing 42nd Amendment where 1976. So, though these two are what about here where under the DPSP only, Directive Principles of State Policy, where there is no obligation to implement strictly as compared to the Part 3 which is mentioned wherein the fundamental rights. Because of in our country, Article 21 what it says, right to life is a fundamental right where it is the obligation of the state to ensure here in case of violation of the type of Article 21 and ultimately as per Article 32, the aggrieved party or in case of where there is violation of fundamental right like right to life, he can directly approach the Supreme Court under Article 32 because of Article 32 itself with the constitutional remedies. So that's why, what is the situation of our country? Why states, in case of when we observe the international obligations, why states have been failed? In case of in India, why here the right to protection is not strictly enforceable? It means we have our own difficulties, we have our own problems as compared to the international level also. Coming to this, what about here? What type of difficulties are there to the government of India regarding to ensure and enforce right to environment? You see, according to the Sustainable Development Goals, where there are 17 goals are there, according to that, the state, the first priority is the development. So that whenever while implementing the developmental activities, the states have been totally neglecting regarding to the protection of the environment. So that what is my suggestion is, what about here? There must be special financial allocation to the protection of environment while taking or carrying any developmental activities by either the central government or state governments while acquiring the land for any developmental activities. They must allocate financial allocation separately for the purpose of protection of the environment. At the same time, there must be focus on renewable energy and another, it means what about here? Yes, it is required to impose even environmental tax. Those who are creating pollution to the environment and ultimately there must be what about here? They must pay something, so that there must be what about here? Imposition of tax on industries and factories regarding to that also. And reducing hazardous damages and reduce the waste management, because of now there is the big task is to the municipalities or village panchayats, what about here? Lack of proper measures to the disposal of waste management. And regarding to another thing is, due to extreme population, there is what about here? Deforestation. So what is the alternative way? What is the alternative way for the purpose of this what about here? Afforestation. So that we think regarding to that, to implement, to enforce whatever right to environment as a human right, as per the definition what about which is mentioned where in section 2A of the Protection of the Environment Act 1986. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Vananda.
The next presenter is Dhyaneshwar of 2nd SEM BLLB.
E-waste management. In the world, the largest producer of e-waste is China. They are producing nearly 12 million metric ton of e-waste per year. And United States produce 7 million metric tons of e-waste. In India, the production of e-waste will differ from the state to state. There are three major producers, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. By following other states are the moderate producers like Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat or Uttar Pradesh. In India, 65 cities where produce 60% of total value of the e-waste in India. Now we are going to see about the causes of e-waste. We are living in the flood of technological error. Flood of technological error. nowadays, billions of people using electronic devices. So it's normal. There are a lot of e-waste can arise. Many of the people doesn't not have any aware about the causes of the real potential danger of e-waste. Now we can see how it's affecting our nature. In this cycle also humans are first. We are using many electronic devices like washing machine, TV or headphones, whatever it may be. When the purpose of the device is over, we are going to throw it off. When we are disposing it in an improper way, the e-waste are dumped in garbage or landfills. So the garbage contains like very dangerous materials or heavy metals such as lead, chromium and cadmium. These are very harmful for our human body or even the nature. When these elements are accumulated with the soil, it will reduce the nutritional value of the soil. So it affects the plant growth, crops, or even for us food. The water will contaminated by these effects. Several methods like local peoples will extract the copper from these wires. So they will burn the plastic wires for this. By inhaling this smoke, there will be severe damage for kidneys and nerve systems. The Environmental Protection Act. The Environment Protection Act as section 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17. It speaks about the e-waste. Here, the central government appoints a recognizable person with the prescribed qualities to analyze the soil samples and water air samples as an analyst. These analysts will be applicable as evidence for the cases which are negligence of the company which polluted the environment or rural areas in our city. Next. Amendments and developments in 2016 to 2024. Basel Convention amendments. This Basel Convention amendments was amended to control the transboundary movements of hazardous garbages and disposable, especially for plastics and e-wastes. European Union regulations. This European Union regulation is a forefront of e-waste management regulations. It targets the recycled and bans of certain conclusion. E-waste is a kind of a slow poison. E-waste is destroying our society. Our environment is suffering of this e-waste. Many countries are amended many treaties to control or protect the environment, even our India. According to Article 21, we have the right to live in pollution-free environment. So it's now our turn to protect our environment. Thank you.
The next presenter is Ranjit of 4th Sem 3 years.
Everyone, check. Yeah. So, actually, I was given to choose a topic with respect to environmental law, but neither have I studied the environmental law or am I the expert in that subject. So, choosing the topic under environmental law was a great challenge for me. So, the main concept and the conflict is between right to development and right to environment. Then I thought, where did such a conflict arise in Constitution? We were taught that fundamental rights and directive principles were always in a conflict. So, the courts relied on basic structures doctrine to actually conclude saying there should be a harmonious construction between fundamental rights and directive principles whenever there was a conflict. Hence, the topic Enviro Basic Structure Doctrine. There are several doctrines and principles that have been established by the courts which actually govern the environmental law as a whole. One of such doctrines is doctrine of intergenerational equity. It says enjoy the resources, at the same time conserve these resources for the future generation. In Goa Foundation versus Union of India, the state was granting mining licenses irregularly. The court upheld the doctrine of intergenerational equity and said mining the metals and the natural resources are for the generations to come, so the procedure has to be followed properly. The second doctrine is the public trust doctrine. Here the court said the state are not owners of the natural resources, but they are only the trustees, and the public are the beneficiaries. So in MC Mehta versus Kamal Nath, famously known as Span Mortal case, there was a construction of a hotel on River Bees. They even blasted the riverbed to actually deviate and change the course of the river. So the court held that the court upheld public trust doctrine and asked for demolition of the hotel. So the third principle is the precautionary principle. As we say, prevention is better than cure. Before granting such big projects, the executive have to see two things. One, is there any chance for alternative options? Two, is there any chance of irreversible or serious damage? If there is, then it takes up the precautionary principle. In Vellore Citizens Welfare versus Union of India, the tanneries were actually polluting the water. The Supreme Court upheld the precautionary principle and it said the state has to anticipate, prevent and attack the causes of environmental degradation. The fourth principle is the polluter pays principle. The polluter is obviously liable for the pollution and he is liable absolutely. In Taj Trapezium case, because of the pollutants emitted by the industries, there was decaying of the monument Taj Mahal, and hence the court upheld for the closure of this, or the court upheld the polluter pays principle and asked the industries to either shift, close down, or introduce filters. And it also ordered to pay compensation to the workers who have lost their job or have to shift for another job. We also have trends wherein the government has introduced carbon credits and green credits. The fifth doctrine is doctrine of sustainable development. It says the economic planning for the growth should be balanced by preserving the environment for the future. The doctrine of sustainability upholds all the other doctrines, that is doctrine of intergenerational equity, the polluter pays principle, the precautionary principle. In Narmada Bachao Andolan versus Union of India, the court upheld that right to development, when it involves public interest, supersedes right to environment. Lastly, I would like to conclude with a quote which says, "The earth has enough resources for our need, but not for our greed." Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you.
So first I'll start with, imagine yourself waking up in a world where the air is so polluted. Where you can't breathe properly. Where you can't breathe properly. The water is so contaminated that you can't drink it. And the land is so degraded that it can't support the life. This isn't a dystopian future. It's a reality for many people around the world today. Protecting our environment is not just about preserving nature. It's about safeguarding our fundamental rights. So today's paper dives into the crucial connection between human rights and environmental protection, showing how strong legal frameworks can safeguard both. So the vital connection is human rights and environmental protection. Our right to life, health, and well-being hinges on healthy environment. Without clean air, safe water, our very survival is at risk. The United Nations has declared the right to a healthy environment a fundamental human right, recognizing that protecting our planet means protecting ourselves. There are many global efforts, international legal frameworks, landmark events like the Stockholm Conference 1972 and the Rio Declaration 1992 were game changers, putting environmental protection on the global human rights agenda. The Paris Agreement and the Aarhus Convention are powerful international tools that hold accountable for protecting both the environment and human rights. There are also national efforts. Legal frameworks in India. India's constitution guarantees the right to a healthy environment under Article 21, showing a commitment to ensuring every citizen's well-being. Indian courts have been heroes in this story, using landmark judgments to enforce environmental laws and protect human rights, as seen in the Ganga pollution case. Key environmental laws in India. Laws like the Environment Protection Act 1986 and the Air and Water Pollution Acts regulate pollution and protect natural resources. These laws empower authorities to act against polluters and making the industries pay, ensuring compliance with environmental standards. Judiciary are guardians. We should always look to make, everyone should try to have one public interest litigation done. And see, it is our environment, we should be vigilant. We should hold our government responsible for the industries, and they cannot just get away with it. It's our country, it's our initiative. And there are landmark cases which set precedents, showing that environment protection and human rights are intertwined. But there are some challenges that we face. Climate change, deforestation, pollution, and biodiversity loss are more than environmental issues. They are human rights issues. They affect our health, livelihoods, and quality of life. Specific problems like noise pollution and e-waste management, like the speaker spoke about just before, have direct impacts on our daily lives, making effective regulation crucial. There is a path to sustainability. Now, sustainability isn't just a buzzword. It's a path to a secure future. This includes sustainable agriculture, waste management, and promoting renewable energy. Policies that encourage green infrastructure, efficient public transportation, and sustainable urban development are steps towards a better, more sustainable world. There is power in the NGOs. Now, NGOs like Greenpeace and the World Wildlife Federation are champions of our planet. They raise awareness, conduct research, and engage in legal battles to ensure environmental laws are followed. But by empowering local communities, NGOs ensure that the most affected by the environment degradation have a voice. Now, this is most important, the community power. Local communities often feel the most impact of the environment. they feel it first. It hits them hard. Now, empowering communities is our responsibility. As lawyers, we should bring awareness and we should get the participation of the local communities. Then only we can make a change and we can create effective and sustainable solutions. Community-based natural resource management fosters a sense of ownership. Only if there's an ownership and a sense of responsibility can something happen at the grassroots. Nothing will happen if somebody is sitting in another country and dictating terms. So that will lead to a better outcome for our planet. And always there is technology, as we're using so much technology today, which was not available about 100 years back. We have so many things like AI, satellite imagery, and blockchain revolution to help us monitor and enforce environment laws. Just imagine tracking the real-time data of deforestation and pollution trends using satellite imagery. We can actually monitor precise locations where the pollution and the degradation is happening. And policy recommendations, strengthen legal frameworks, invest in capacity building, and increase public awareness. Promote international cooperation, community engagement, and integration of advanced technologies for better environmental guidance. 1 minute. Okay. So we all were part of COVID-19 pandemic. So COVID-19 actually taught us an important lesson between the environmental health and disease prevention, urging us to take to strengthen environmental protections. So so the youth today are very empowered. They're not like they're not like the generations which came before us. They're very educated. They're very empowered by the internet. So there are many youth activists, especially Greta Thunberg. These people actually are, they're actually powerful reminders of the urgent need for climate action. Conclusion? So basically my whole paper is like just protecting human rights through environmental law is not just essential. By integrating human rights and with environmental protection, strengthening legal frameworks, and fostering international cooperation, we can create a resilient and equitable future. Let's prioritize these efforts and ensure a healthy planet for all.
The next presenter is Archana N. Halagiri of 10th BLLB.
Everyone, the scope of this environmental law is so limited that everyone's saying the same case laws, same article, and everyone has done each other's research. And with this, my topic for this paper is Constitutional Perspective of Environment Law in India. Constitutional law of India plays an important role when it comes to preservation of environment, because that is the only way you can bind authorities and citizens to follow and protect the environment. And there has been a lot influence of constitutional mandates, judicial interpretations, and international principles that have led to the current laws that we have in protection of environmental law. And it is not just that we are protecting environment, we are protecting ourselves, let alone be the animals or the flora, fauna. We are also, firstly, we are focusing on protecting the environment so that we can sustain on the earth. The major constitutional provisions that helps us protect the environment for us to lead a better life is Article 21. In one of the cases, Subhash Kumar versus State of Bihar, the Supreme Court held and recognized that the right to a wholesome environment is also a part of right to life. And under Article 48A, and with the 42nd Amendment, it was brought that it is states' duty to promote and improve the environment and make such policies where the environment is a center of the concern, not the economic development or any other such goals should be there. And Article 51AG it is one of the fundamental duties of the citizens as us that we have to protect the environment. We can't let alone government put the whole burden on the government saying it is the duty of the government to take care of the environment. Government is like, it is a governing body. At the end of the day, it is us upon whom the policies, the duties, and the rights are binding. And coming to the major judicial interpretations, landmark judgments, MC Mehta versus Union of India, in this, the court held that introduced the principle of absolute liability, that whoever is liable for the damage that is done to the environment will have to pay, will have to face the repercussions, and will have to, we can't get away with the consequences that they have caused. And in the case of Indian Council for Environmental Legal Action versus Union of India, the court reinforced the polluters pay principle, and in Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum versus Union of India, it applied the precautionary principle and polluters pay principle. I'll restrain myself from going to the facts of the case and continuing with my further research. There is the constitutional doctrines and principles. There are certain principles and constitutional doctrines that the legislature and the courts that follow when the directions that are directed and given. One is the public trust doctrine, that the state is responsible for making policies when it comes to environmental protection. The very landmark judgment case is MC Mehta versus Kamal Nath, and precautionary principle, where it is mentioned that a precaution is better than cure. Not just be the environmental protection. When we say that when we go out, it is better to precaution. Let's drive in a normal speed so that we don't get into the accident. The just way we have to drive when it comes to environment, we have to take it slow. Even the exhaustion of the fossil fuels, it should be done with the concern, with the aim of sustainable development, and the future generation has enough fossil fuels for them to use as well. And polluters pay principle, it imposes absolute liability on the polluter to pay the fine and to bear the environmental harm that is caused by them. There are major legislative frameworks and international principles that when it comes to legislation, it's Environment Protection Act 1986, Water Prevention and Control Pollution Act 1974, Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981. There are international conferences and other other declarations, that is Stockholm Declaration, Rio Declaration, Paris Agreement, and the major development that has ever happened internationally is the adoption of Sustainable Development Goals, which has to be achieved by 2013. I don't know how far we are there, which is just 7 years, 6 years down the line. And the major challenges that comes when major challenges that we face when these policies and the mandates that are need to be complied with is, firstly, it is issues with corruption, issues with resources, and administrative insufficiencies. When these matters are dealt, they're not aware how to do it. Either there is lack of resources or technology, and there is need of improvement in knowledge and awareness among the people. It is not just that NGOs take it up, it is not just the government take it up, it is a duty of every citizen. When you change things at your home, the world changes. And there is need for adoption of much more better measures so that environment is preserved in a very faster and in an efficient way. With this, I would like to conclude my paper saying that it is only through the means of constitution, judiciary mandates, and international conventions that we as citizens have a way to preserve and prevent extent harm to the environment and do our major contribution in preserving the earth. And with this, I thank all the teachers, dignitaries of the dais for giving me this opportunity.
Next presenter is Uday Kumar P, 6M BA LLB.
very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Uday, and I'm presenting a paper on the topic greenhouse gas emissions. Environment plays an important role in healthy living and the existence of life on planet Earth. Therefore, it is important for every individual to save and protect our environment. There are different types of human activities which are directly attributed to the environmental disasters, which include deforestation, disposal of hazardous wastes, change in climate, pollution. So what are these greenhouse gases? You might have seen glass buildings used to grow plants. So these glass walls trap sun heat so plants can stay warm in the winter. That's pretty much what greenhouse gases do for Earth. They are naturally part of Earth's atmosphere. Think of greenhouse gases like a blanket. They wrap around the planet, keeping it warm so that we can live on it. But it cannot be too warm or too cold. The conditions has to be just right. Because of the human activities in the last century, there are many more greenhouse gases being released into the atmosphere, disrupting the balance, and that means more heat is getting trapped near the Earth's surface, causing temperature to rise. And yes, this unusual increase of the Earth's temperature is called global warming. So what are these greenhouse gases composed of, and its primary sources? So the components of greenhouse gases are carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, fluorinated gases, and water vapor. So the greenhouse gas emissions, there are greenhouse gas emissions from the consumption of meat also. So it is a common misconception that chickens don't contribute to climate change because unlike cows, their digestive processes don't produce methane. However, greenhouse gases are still emitted in order to grow chicken feed, including carbon dioxide from burning fossil fuels and nitrous oxide. So greenhouse gases that is even more potent than methane. The use of cows, pigs, and other animals for food as well as livestock feed is also responsible for 57% of all food production emissions. So according to UN's Food and Agricultural Organization, about 14% of all emissions come from meat and dairy production. So people who eat a lot of meat can help fight climate crisis by reducing or quitting meat consumption altogether. So greenhouse gas emissions and human rights. So climate change impinges on fundamental human rights, including right to health, life, food, water, culture, and self-determination. So there is a clear link between climate risk and the interests that are protected by human rights. A damaged climate system will affect nature and lead to more droughts, extreme rainfall, storms, sea level rises, landslides, and floods. So within international climate cooperation, it is common practice to refer to two different types of actions required to deal with climate change, namely adaptation and mitigation. So major sources of international climate change laws include the Paris Agreement, Kyoto Protocol, the United Nations Framework Conventions on Climate Change, etc. So the greenhouse gas emissions in India. So after decades of pollution, growth, and economic development, India is now the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the world. So regulation of greenhouse gas emissions in India is primarily by the following laws: the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981, the Environment Protection Act 1986, the National Action Plan on Climate Change 2008, the National Green Tribunal Act 2010. Some of the landmark judgments regarding the protection of environment in India are Ranjit Sinha and others versus Union of India, MC Mehta versus Union of India, reported in Supreme Court Records 1987, Velo Citizens Welfare Forum versus Union of India, Center for Public Interest Litigation versus Union of India, etc. So measures to reduce greenhouse gases. So greenhouse gases can be reduced by phasing out fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and gas. Moving to renewable energy such as solar and wind, we can all play a part in protecting our planet from simple daily changes like using renewable energy, recycling, purchasing of solar panels, using energy-saving light bulbs, plant a native garden, use of non-toxic household products, etc. To conclude, as greenhouse gas emissions are destroying our environment and planet Earth, it is our utmost duty to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and preserve the environment for future generations. Everyone has equal rights on environment, that is right to drinking water, right to life, right to health in the society for protecting our Mother Earth. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
The next presenter is Lakshmikant from 2nd Sem, 3 years.
Strength of all my desires and all that I am. So today it's a quite vast topic, but most of the presenters who had presented before me had given a lot of insights. So even I have quite a few of them, but as I am the last speaker, I don't want to repeat the same. So, so I just want to do something in a very different and an interactive manner, which just struck out in my mind. So let me start with my own topic, the human rights and environmental law. So first of all, let me ask a simple question. Is it not the human right of my unborn generation to enjoy the natural gifts such as clean water, air and energy, natural resources? If yes, who gave the right to me to deplete it? We talk about environment, human rights. But who's the reason for environmental depletion? We say carbon emission, pollutions, we say noise pollutions and all these things. Put all those aside. But when you take the big margin which no one speaks about is nuclear testing. Because most of the government prohibit you from doing it. Many international conventions, most of them have taken up. Most of the things are controlled by the United Nations Security Council. Let it be the WHO, let it be whatever the Environmental Convention, let it be the Kyoto Protocol or the Rio Protocol or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, they are all controlled to control the developing nations. For example, more than 50% of the nuclear tests, let us say 2060 nuclear test has been done till date, among which 1036 nuclear tests has been done by United States, which is the main reason for the economic degradation. See, a crop does not grow overnight. You sow, you take care of it, and then it grows and gives you the fruit. The same way, this environmental degradation problem did not emit from the date or from our generation. It started a generation back. Let us say from the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing in 1945. From that time, if you see, the developed nations, they started testing atomic bombs and atomic energy in order to amass power. But at the end of the time, now when they realize that the environment is degrading and so on, they are just exercising their extraterritorial right and just suppressing nations such as us who are developing and crubbing a lot of our wings by just saying that environmental issues are prevailing, you must give right to future generations, you must do this, you must do that. Okay. Let us understand everything. But how will you give a solution when you are the greatest contributor to the for the environmental degradation? So, I would like to say that why the environment is being degraded, first of all, the answer is very simple. It is for power and money. You take any industry, you take anything, no one is developing or no one is doing it for their comfort or for their needs. Everyone is doing it for their luxury. As I am an economics student, I am putting it in this perspective because once you just move from the phase of comfort and when you are moving to the phase of luxury, you start depleting things that are unwanted. For example, environment has given you a lot of things, more than enough. But when we want more than what we actually require for living, then we start degrading all the things without thinking what it will cost us. Yes, obviously we are going to be affected of it, but what is the solution? So from morning I have been seeing a lot of speakers and also I have put it in my own presentation. What can be done? For example, let me say, in India, China and other developing nations, everyone speaks about carbon emission, environment, pollution, and for example, throwing waste here and there and so on. So, we have to first understand, let us start it from our home. Like as we say, charity begins from home. See, today I just have a pen in my hand. This pen is made out of plastic. I buy this for 10 rupees. I just use this and I throw the pen entirely. How many of us throw only the refill and buy just a 2 rupee refill and use the same plastic? So we forget the principle of reduce, reuse everywhere, and we start talking in every places that the government should do, the constitution should do, the Supreme Court should do. Yes, obviously it is their duty that they should do, but at the same time we must also contribute to it. But when everyone was speaking, a lot of a lot of interference or differences was made between India and US and United Nations General Assembly's rights and so on. But just a minute, please. Okay? As I'm the last speaker, I'll just take an extra minute of yours. Another speaker. Okay, please, just please bear with me. Huh? Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure at the end of the day. So, in United Nations, everyone told that India has supported that environmental policies will be supported. But in UNGA has passed resolution recognizes clean, right, healthy environmental under human right in UDHR. India backs the UN resolution. Until this, everyone spoke. But what India actually said in the UN resolution? India has voted in favor of UN General Assembly resolution, but you should read it from the next paragraph, that is the operative paragraph of the text, and it's voiced its own concerns over the procedural substance of the resolution. That is, India has from the beginning been saying about CBDR, which is common but differentiated responsibilities, because all the nations say that we must all be not polluting the environment and so on, but they've already polluted. But developing nations, we can't be without polluting. We will be polluting, I'll say at the end of the day, because we can talk a number of times that we should not do this, we should not do that, but we cannot be without doing them. So what is the thing is, we should think what we have to do for giving an opposite effect to the degradation what we have caused. We have to do something for upgradation. So to conclude, I have certain views of mine that I would like to say, because every paper presentation or every seminar is to see what the problem is, and at the end of the day, it is to seek the solutions for the problem. So what is the major problem in South India is a water problem. So I have been saying this in many places. I would also like to say here, that is, let us adopt a water body. Let every institution adopt a small water body and let it conserve. Automatically, once we stop depleting the water bodies, the nature will automatically groom itself. Once the nature grooms itself, the environment will start keeping up itself. So I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. Though I was not that brief, it was quite an interactive paper I wanted to be, because most of things what I had prepared was obviously said by many people, so I didn't want to repeat it again. And thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಪಾಯಕಾರಿ ತ್ಯಾಜ್ಯಗಳು, ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ತರ ಎಸಿಬಾರ್ದಲ್ವಾ? ನಾವು ಮನುಷ್ಯರೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ?
ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ತರ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬಾಟಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಕವರ್ಗಳನ್ನ ತುಂಬಿದ್ರೆ ತೆಗೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದಲ್ವಾ? ಇದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ? ಹಸಿ ಕಸ ಒಣ ಕಸ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದಲ್ವಾ? ಇದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ? ಗಲೀಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ? ಇದು ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಅಪಾಯಕಾರಿ ವಸ್ತು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಲ್ಲಂದರೂ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ? ಈ ತರ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟರಿ ಪ್ಯಾಡ್ಗಳನ್ನ, ಡೈಪರ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆರೆಸಿ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕೀಟಾಣುಗಳು ಹರಡುತ್ತೆ. ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದಲ್ವಾ? ಇದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ? ನಾವು ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆ ಮಾಡು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆ ನಮಗ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೀಮಿತ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆ ಕಾಪಾಡೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ.
ಅಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ನಾವೇ ಶೇಮ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳು, ಪರಿಸರ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ, ಪ್ರಪಂಚ, ಸಮಾಜ, ಪರಿಸರ, ಆ ಕೇಸು ಈ ಕೇಸು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೇಲಿ ನಮಗಿಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೇಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಈ ಕೇಸನ್ನು ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕಾಗದಿರೋ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೆದು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ನಾವು ಕಸನ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡೋ ಕಸನ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದು ಸಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವತ್ತಾದರೂ ಸಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವ? ಯಾವ್ದು ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರ ಕೆಲಸ. ಆದರೆ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರು ಮನುಷ್ಯರಲ್ವಾ? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವ್ರು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಮಂಡೂರು ಅಂತ ಕಸೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರೋ ಜನ, ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಯಾವ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಂತಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಗಾದೆ ಇದೆ, ಗಾದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೋಟ್ ಥರನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದಿದ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಉಸಿರಾಡಬಾರ್ದಂತೆ, ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದಿರೋ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿಬಾರ್ದಂತೆ, ಕಸ ಇರೋ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇರಲೇಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಆ ಥರ ನಾವು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಬಾವಿ ನೀರು ಬತ್ತೋವರೆಗೂ ನೀರಿನ ಬೆಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಾಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಕಸ ಇನ್ನೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋವರೆಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಗೊತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಬರೀ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಏನಪ್ಪ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಇವ್ರು ಬರೀ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಇಸ್ ದ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅಂತ ಐಕಾನ್ ಥರನೇ ಇದೆ ಅದು. ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ, ನಾವು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ನಮ್ಮ ಏರಿಯಾ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಏರಿಯಾ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ದೇಶ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ದೇಶನ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಬಿಡು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಕಸ ನಾವು ಯಾರೋ ತೆಗಿತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಈ ಕಸ ನಾವು ಕಸ 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 ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಬಾರ್ದು. ಈ ಪರಿಸರ, ಈಗ ಮನೆಗೊಂದು ಮರ ಅಂತ ನೆಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಮರ ನೆಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮರದ ಬುಡದಲ್ಲೇ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಕಸ ಹಾಕೋದಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು. ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಈಗ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ನೆಡೋ ಮರ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋ ಸಗ್ರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಕಸದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಬೆಳ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ ಏನೇನೋ ಅದೊಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನನಗೆ ಅದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಗಲ್ಲಿ ಕಪ್ಪು, ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲೇಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಸ್ ಎ PhD ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಿಸ್ಟು ಕೂಡ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂತಂದರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಮರ ಉಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ನಾನೊಂದು ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೇಲಿ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ತರಕಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು, ತರಕಾರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಸಿ ಕಸನೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಪಾಟ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು, ಆ ಗಾರ್ಡನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದೆಲ್ಲ ತರಕಾರಿ ಬೆಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಿಂದನೇ ಅವರು ಆಹಾರ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ತರಕಾರಿ ಸಹ ಅವ್ರ ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು? ಇದರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪರಿಸರ ಸೇವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹೌದಪ್ಪ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನೋ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಸರಿ, ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ, ಆ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡೂರು ಅಂತ ಡಸ್ಟ್ಬಿನ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಿನ ಏರಿಯಾಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಲೀಜಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಸಿರಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಹೋದರೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರ. ಹೌದು, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಪರಿಸರ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನಂಗಾಗಿದೆ. ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳು ನಾವು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇ ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾವೇ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಈಗ ಈ ಕಸದ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲೇ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಕೊಡೋ ಕಸನ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಪಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ನಾವು ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಕೊಡದೆ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈಗ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅವರು ಸಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಇನ್ನು 15 days ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಒಂದು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಕಸ ಸಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ BBMP ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ₹100 ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ರೈಸ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ನಾವೇ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಇಳಿತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನೇ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಥರ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಬರ್ತಾನೂ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಥರ ತೊಂದರೆನೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳು ನಾವು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಿದ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಬರೀ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರೂಪಿಸೋ ಕಾನೂನಿಂದನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕು ಬರಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋ ಕಾರ್ಯದಿಂದನೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
I thank all the presenters for your scholarly. At this moment, may I request Deepu ma'am and Sanjive Gowda sir to collect the memento and certificates on behalf of our institution. Thank you, Deepu ma'am and Sanjiva Gowda sir, for chairing the online presentation sessions. Enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed, but by Mohandas K. Gandhi. May I now request the chairperson, Dr. Revaya Odair Sir, Research Head, Kilpa, to address the gathering and give inputs for achieving better accomplishments and also to distribute prize and certificates.
ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ ನಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡನೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಒಟ್ಟು 12 ಪೇಪರು. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ 13, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ 13. ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಅವರೇನೋ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿಮಿತ್ತ ಹೊರಟರು, ಚಾಂಡಿ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಪೇಪರ್ನ ನಾವು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನುಳಿದ 12 ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುತೇಕ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪರಿಸರ ಕಾನೂನು ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ, ಒಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳು ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಇನ್ನುಳಿದವೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳ ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಯಾರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತು ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುವ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿರಬೇಕು. ವಿವಿಧ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು, ಆ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿ ನೀವು ಓದಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಕೆಲವರು ಪೇಪರನ್ನು ಓದಿದ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓದುವುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು. ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. PPT ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ಓನ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಮಯ, ಬಹುತೇಕ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ, ನಾವೇನು ಸಮಯ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ದಾಟಿಯೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ಹೊರತುಪಡಿಸಿ ಉಳಿದ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಲಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 12ರಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಕೊಡುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರೋದರಿಂದ, ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅರ್ಹರಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಆದರೆ ನಮಗಿರುವ ಅವಕಾಶ 3 ಜನರಿಗೆ. ಇನ್ನುಳಿದವರು ಯಾರು 3 ಜನರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರು ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತಯಾರಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾರು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ವೋ ಅವರು ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರನ್ನ ಇಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಕರಿತೀನಿ. ಇವರು 3 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಹುಮಾನದ ಮೊತ್ತ 1,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಬರೀರಿ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದಮೇಲೆ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಕವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ವಿವಿಧ ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ.
ಹಲೋ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ. ನಾವು ಈ ಕಿಲ್ಪಾರ್ ಜೊತೆ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ while they have presented the papers, some students have really presented their views on environmental law, but I still feel next time ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬನ್ನಿ, ರೆಫರ್ ಸಮ್ ಬುಕ್ಸ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಡೇಸ್ ನೀವೇನಿದ್ರೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ನೀವು. ಐ ಫೀಲ್ ದಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಆಫ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟೆಡ್. ಐ ರಿಯಲಿ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಯು ಆಲ್, ಬಟ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬಿ ವೆಲ್ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಐ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕಿಲ್ಪಾರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅವರ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ their staff for organizing this function in a very successful manner. Thank you.
Let me thank my colleagues for their support in organizing this program, because normally when we conclude the program we forget people, those who have worked behind success of the program. And each one of you, my colleagues, you deserve appreciation, and especially our IQAC coordinator Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, and then our program coordinator Pratibha. They have worked hard in making this program success in cooperation with all my colleagues. Yes, I thank them, and I expect the same cooperation from them in future. And I especially thank Dr. Deepu, principal from Vidyavardhaka Law College, Mysore, for having take out time to travel from Mysore to chair one session here, and also Dr. Sanjeev Gowda, my friend from Vivipuram Law College, Bangalore, and other colleagues are there. Dr. Girish sir is here. He is basically a doctor and an advocate. He is our KSLU panel advocate also. Dr. Girish is here, and all other invitees, they have cooperated. And our YouTube live, correct? This program has successfully been reached people, those who are away, could not able to attend this, for which our faculty member, my colleague Nirmala madam has taken care of this thing. Nirmala, you need our appreciation. Your service is on record, put on record and recognized your service. I expect the same cooperation from you. I hope all this, whatever the things you have made arrangement to reach others, those who could not able to attend this physically, that has to be go through our website. It has to be available for the people in future in our website also, and the same thing has to be given to these Kilpar people also to upload in their website. Correct, sir? Yes, and special thanks to Rupa madam. Rupa madam has adjudged the paper here, and Dr. Narayan Swami, and my friend Pushpa madam from Tumkur. Thank each one of you, and I also thank the student friends from other institutions. Vipuram, Vidyavardhaka and other college students have participated here. You need our appreciation, and I hope you will prepare well and take part in future programs with well prepared manner. Okay, with this, and at last, I have to express my sincere thanks to Kilpar Director, Dwarkanath Babu sir, and then Research Director Professor C.S. Patil, and Revaya Vadiyar sir, Research Head, Kilpar, for their unwavering support in organizing this program. Our institution, I think, as he rightly mentioned, this is the 4th or 5th program we organize with in association with Kilpar. Seminars and one state level moot court competition we did organize. And 2 days program in association with our Vivekananda College of Pharmacy on Drugs and Cosmetics Act that has created perhaps history in the Kilpar. Whatever the research papers and articles given by the experts and industry academic face of us there in that particular seminar, for which I thank again Kilpar for reposing faith in us and support us in all. Revaya Vadiyar sir is going to announce first, second and third prize winners.
ಮೂರು ಹೆಸರು ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಬಹುಮಾನದ ಮೊತ್ತ 700 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಮತ್ತು ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ 500 rupees. ನಿಮಗೆ ಮೊತ್ತ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ವಿಧಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನೀವು 2 ದಿನ ಅಥವಾ 1 ದಿನ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ ಶ್ರಮಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುವ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಇದು. ಆದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಡಿ, ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕು. DVC ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ, ಇದು ಗೆಲುವು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸೋಲು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಗೆದ್ದವನು ನನಗೆ ಗೆದ್ದುಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಗ್ಗೋದಲ್ಲ, ಸೋತವನು ನಾನು ಕುಗ್ಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ವಿರಮಿಸುವುದಲ್ಲ. ವಿರಾಮ ಪಡೆಯಲಾರದೆ ಅದೊಂದು ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾತ್ರೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಆ ಯಾತ್ರೆಯನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಹುಮಾನದ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿ ಸುದೀಪ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ್. ಸುದೀಪ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ್ ಅವ್ರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇವರು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ Third prize, Varun Raj. ಓಕೆ, 3 ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನೀವು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಟೋ. ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುದೀಪ್, ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸುದೀಪ್? ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಪ್ಪ ನೀವು. ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸುದೀಪ್. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ಕಾಲೇಜಾ? ಓಕೆ, ವರುಣ್ ರಾಜ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾವರ್ಧಕ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಮೈಸೂರು. ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಒಂದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, 3 ಜನ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಫೋಟೋ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಿಲ್ಪಾರ್ನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸಕಲ ರೀತಿಯ ನೆರವು ನೀಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸದಾ ಹೆಗಲು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ KB ಕೆಂಪೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಸರ್. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಒನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್.
Pooja and others, and all other volunteers and those who have worked hard from the morning in organizing and making this program a grand success. Shalini, fantastic, well done. Yes, on behalf of my institution, I thank everybody, sir. And yes, I also thank my non-teaching staff friends for their cooperation. I request all other participants to please collect your certificate from our coordinators. Thank you one and all.